I did not see how many people were in here already. I'm basically all ready to go. We are gonna start this a little bit earlier than expected. I am gonna post the link to it first before we get started. And then we're just gonna jump like straight into it. Post stream here. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Then I just have. Let's see. I already posted it there. Posted it there. I think. Yep. Just have. Yep. The links are all posted. We are going to jump right into this. So. This week alone has just been very, very bad. I don't need to get into too many details as to why, but there's certainly been a lot of things that led up to this moment in history. We're going to go over some of the more recent examples from like the past 2 weeks, because I know there's been a lot of shit going on, like at least since the end of August. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Let's see. We have Rexus, Dusty, Satanar, Dongus Khan. How are you guys? No doubt more people will show up. But we have. We're going to be talking about quite a few things. I'm going to keep this opening monologue short. Hi, Archaeosophy. How are you? But as I was saying, I'm going to keep this monologue short because we're just going to jump right into it. So. Tonight's topic, it's going to be on the subject of political violence, and why it's cringe and gay. Basically that. But we're also going to be talking about what led up to what happened to Charlie Kirk, and we're also going to be talking about, well, what we're going through right now. The first thing on the itinerary, we're going to be talking about the massive increase in school shootings committed by a bunch of crazy troons, because there have been more that have happened. Even on Wednesday when the whole Charlie Kirk assassination happened, murder I should say, though you could classify it as an assassination. Gangsta Clown, what's up? Hump Day. Yeah, Hump Day was not very pleasant this week. We're gonna be talking about all the true shooters. Then we are going to explore a bit beyond America. We are going to be going to Germany because AfD politicians are dropping like flies, as Amalgamite would put it. Totally not a teaser for somebody who we'll be reacting to. And then we're going to be talking about what happened on a certain train in Charlotte, North Carolina, to a Miss Irina. I forgot how to say her last name, but I know her first name is Irina. And then we are going to be talking about Charlie Kirk. So now that the opening monologue is finished, let's just jump right into it. I'm going to drag myself over to the left because Amalgamite is over on the right. Her avatar's on the right. So we're not going to watch this full thing. It's an hour 42 minutes. It's a very long video. Let's see. The painter was a good guy, and if it weren't for the war, he would have kept deporting the small hats and nothing more. The painter juiced 6 million oranges. That's hilarious. But Charlie noticed too many patterns. Feels bad. And I find just as he was about to start to be a noticer, like, and he was talking to people like Candace Owens, at around like August. I do believe that his opinions were starting to like genuinely change. So we are going to be going over that, but for now we are going to go around 2 weeks ago, quite literally 2 weeks ago, back to when a Catholic school got shot up by a fucking troon.
Okay. So, I'm sure as a lot of you guys...
Amal ate a YouTube strike covering Irina Zarutska, just so you know. That does not surprise me. That does not surprise me. YouTube is doing whatever the fuck it can to basically censor anybody who is covering any of the recent tragedies in a way that is, how it should actually be covered.
As I've heard, there was another trainee who did a trainee thing and decided to shoot up a school. Imagine my shock. So the YouTube overlords don't strike.
That's been a rather disturbing trend, if you really think about it. Like, I started noticing this trend around the Covenant shooting in Nashville, I believe. Yeah, I think it was Nashville. And that was like a few years. That was like, what, 2023? Like summer of 2023. And I was like, holy shit, this is horrific. I wasn't even a Christian at the time, but I was just so shocked to see. It's like, oh my goodness, Christians are truly persecuted in this country. That they do, yes. Oh, hi, Shadow. How are you?
Strike me down. Obviously, I hate the fact I have to say this shit. Murder is bad.
Yeah, no shit. That's pretty obvious. There's a reason why the Bible calls murder a sin. You are willfully taking the lives of people, and, it's plain and simple just wrong. We have laws against it for a reason. They don't seem to be working very well. They seem to work too well one way, but not the other.
Especially when you're psychotic like this and you go shoot up a school and kill a bunch of kids. Don't do this. Got it? Cool. I'm glad we're on the same page. Today, there was a Catholic school shooter confirmed to be transgender Robin, or aka Robert Westman. And this is what he looks like. He completely passes in every way, shape, or form, and decided to...
What an ugly motherfucker. Truly, what an ugly motherfucker. It's always these types that commit these atrocities, especially upon Christian children. As a matter of fact, there is a ongoing fundraiser for an Orthodox Christian girl who was brutally injured by the sick, twisted faggot. Feel free, I'm sure if you could do a little bit of digging, you'd be able to find it. It's all over Ortho Twitter. It's a good cause. Even if you don't have the means to donate, feel free to say some prayers. She's in critical condition and could definitely use the prayers at the very least.
You write with Sharpie with actually decent handwriting. I'll give him that. A bunch of things on his magazines and guns, like Israel must fall, like his phoenix will rise from the ashes. Where is your God? Suck on this. Fuck.
Something I should let you guys know about this guy in particular. He wrote a bunch of just different messages on the clips, the guns. And the reason why he did that was to solely stoke kind of the base tribalism stuff, you could say. I would also add that it's yes, this guy is undoubtedly a leftist. He just is. That is true in every sense of his ideology. He knows how to get a rise out of people. But I am glad that this sick son of a bitch is burning in hell. I truly am. Scurvy is a femboy, not a troon. No, I'm not a femboy. I am not a femboy, Raisin. Let's keep it serious tonight, alright?
Everything that you stand for. I don't even know what to even say in this case. 9 times out of 10, most of these trainings, there's autogynephiliacs to just wear the dress and put on some makeup. They're not actually trans. They're just psychotic. Which is exactly what this guy is. Congratulations. The fun fact about him, he actually started to identify as trans as a minor, and his parents signed off on it. Per court records.
I don't think I saw this, actually. That's interesting.
His name was Robert Westman until 2020, when he changed his name to Robin Westman. Let's see, date of birth is 2002, so he would be, 23 years old at this point? Because it was in, a couple months ago was his birthday, so yeah, he's 23 years old now. But he was a minor when his parents signed off on this. It was during 2020, and we all know COVID and the shutdowns made a lot of people go psychotic, because they...
Yeah, hi Damien, how are ya? Basically, 2020 really did change everything. I can't say it enough. it showed just how truly fragile social order is. It also showed just how fucked up this world that we live in is, especially if you look at it from the religious connotation. But 2020 also just broke a bunch of people. Like, it did. Like, because some people genuinely don't know how to handle the rot that they're seeing. Some people went in the right direction. I know that much. Colonel Joe-san, we must do something. I will address that later on in the stream, towards the end. I'll give you some actual practical, non-violent solutions to all this. But anyways, where was I? But 2020, that was kind of that was already a tipping point for so many people. Like, I know for me, once I learned just like, okay, these lockdowns are fucking cringe and gay. I was clearly lied to about this, about everything surrounding COVID-19 and the lockdowns. I wonder what else I was lied to. I've had that inkling of what else was I lied to for a long time now. That's kind of a reason why I started doing this show. It's like to kind of explore that, but mainly to talk to my friend Sheffo while he couldn't be on voice chats with me every night around like 2023. But anyways, I feel like I do try my best to get to the bottom of things. I really do. Could be better. But I do try. But for other people, yeah, they went in the whole other opposite direction. Their mind couldn't handle what they were seeing. These were primarily like the crazy leftists who I already thought were crazy. They were not like, honestly, I felt like thinking about it now, I don't think I was that much of a leftist compared to like some of the other people I talked to on campus. Like, some people were already this far on the left. Okay, I don't know why my model was glitching out there. But no doubt, some of the people that I know have probably posted some very, very horrific things, whether it's in regards to trans ideology. Some people decided to tune out because they couldn't handle the hardship and were just desperately looking for any sense of community and ran into the wrong ones. Some leftists are going to be like, oh, Scurvy, you're projecting. No, I'm not. I have found a community of people who are genuinely good people. They're edgelords like myself, but they are genuinely good people at heart. I can't say the same for the more moderate leftists who fell down the rabbit hole of trans ideology. Again, anybody who tries to tell you that, oh, you're not a man, you're a woman just because you like the color pink is not your friend. That should be said already. Should have been said a long time ago, before all this gender madness started to happen, and which it's starting to reach its bitter end, unfortunately. But stuff like this, it just accelerates people to like, okay, this shit needs to end, and we are going to basically, we are basically going to make sure that nothing like this can ever happen again. That's why I very much support Aiden Paladin's view, and many other people on the right in regards to trans people and firearms. The founding fathers could not predict just how many Looney Tunes as a whole. They couldn't predict this. They did predict a bit, political revolutions or whatnot. There's a lot of quotes in regards to the founders on unfortunately, bringing back asylums ain't the kind of solution that will actually solve the problem. Again, for me, I'm a monarchist, so I certainly like the idea that these people, these Troons, should absolutely have their guns taken away. They should be classified as mentally ill, and that means that they should not be able to own a firearm. Because we have undeniable proof, this has been the case for a few weeks now, not even just for this, but prior massacres. prior massacres as well, and even future massacres, we know that the shooter is most likely going to be a troon. Pattern recognition, people.
He got terminally online and fucked up a lot.
But yeah, again, to reiterate, these people should not be able to have the right to bear arms because they are mentally ill and pose danger to themselves and to others. That 41% statistic is there for a reason. Did I say 41%? I meant 51%.
A lot of kids. So none of this stuff is actually that surprising. It's just a real fucking shame that his parents signed off on it. But it is.
Yeah, and his parents failed him too.
Minneapolis, after all. They're filled with a bunch of Somalis and trainees. I guess the trainees is a little bit new, but it's obviously super fucking left-leaning.
Every utopian ideology fails to predict. Absolutely, Archaeosophy. Abso-fucking-lutely. Honestly, our founding fathers, George Washington especially, really should have considered becoming king. It was a big fucking mistake that he was like, oh no, I'm better than everything that worked in the past. We're gonna make a gay ass republic instead. That's on the verge of collapse. Let's see. I think it's probably nearing 60% at this point. I don't think you're wrong in that assessment, Rexus.
Area in general. Let's say area. I know the state is kind of left-leaning, but I believe it's because of the Twin Cities.
Let's see.
If I remember correctly, the rest of the state isn't so bad.
Minnesota. Oh wait, sorry, I was just piecing some things together. Yeah, Minnesota is definitely a blue state.
Pretty typical for most blue states, where it's the major cities that are just absolutely insane, and then the countryside's actually decent people.
The issue, and this is another reason why I fucking despise democracy, is that city people have way too much of a say. So much for equal representation. Yeah, no, if you're not in a city, you're not your voice matters, quote unquote. Not really. Not fucking really. People in the city have way much more sway than people out in the countryside.
It's just a shame that his parents signed off on this stuff instead of actually getting him some legit help, but they just went along with it. Maybe we need to take some preventative measures on a bunch of things.
Absolutely,
Amal. I have to admit, after today's events and the fact that how many trainees actually do shoot up places, maybe I'm not a full-on 2A absolutist. Maybe banning trainees from having guns is probably.
Yeah, this whole thing made me consider that too. It's like I cannot be a Second Amendment absolutist. I can't. There is way too much there is just way too much tragedy, and it's committed by a certain lot of people who are all mentally ill. That is a factor in every single fucking one of these. They are all insanely mentally ill.
Probably actually a good thing. Because we already kind of banned people for mental illnesses, right? For having guns?
Yes.
If you get locked.
Yes, we do, Amal. But in many blue states, they don't consider trans to be a mental illness. Even in parts of red states, they don't consider trans to be a mental illness. It is. The fact of the matter is that trans is a mental illness. It doesn't matter how you slice it.
Locked up, then you lose your guns. So I feel like transgenderism should just be another one where they just take your guns away, because at this point it's way too much of a habit. It's a pretty consistent problem we have here. I don't think trainees should have guns. And I've also come to the position too that the founders of the United States of America, our founding fathers, did not make the gun rules, the Second Amendment, for trainees. Or blacks, for that matter, either.
That's also true, Mal. That's also true. Though we're certainly going to be talking about black people later on in the stream, that's for sure. Because you can't talk about Irina Zarutska without mentioning the black crime rate. I'm sure Archaeosophy can attest to what I'm going to be saying in the future. I might pull up your video, actually.
It was very clearly just for the white men.
Apparently there was a private jet 14 minutes away from the campus where the I'm aware of what you're talking about, Clown. I'm aware. I don't know how truthful this information is, but still relevant nonetheless. I was kind of a bit more on board with that, but I'm starting to think it's like, okay, with the evidence that we have currently, it could, but I'm not certain. I'm definitely not certain on that.
I know it's gonna piss off some libertarians, which I understand that. I'm not like fully there either, but I'm pretty fucking close. And today's training.
No, I'm fully there. Again, this is why I'm not a libertarian, because libertarians are basically utopianists. They're a flavor of utopianist. They're like communists in regards to the fact that they just don't they cannot account for human nature in their ideology and philosophy. They just don't. Like they both operate off this ideal, right? It's like, oh, if people just left for the libertarian, it's if everybody just left each other alone. Nah, that's impossible. That's called anarchy, and you don't want to live in anarchy, Mr. Libertarian. As for the communist, if everybody just shared everything, no, you don't want that either, because then we get into, well, just look at Soviet Russia. Or any communist country throughout history. There's a reason why China is a lot more capitalistic as of late, because this idea of, oh, you can't sharing everything, it just creates collapse. Both ends create collapse. I remember saying this with the Transformer thing being a mental illness, and a leftist from Canada, of all places, understood why I think this, despite not completely agreeing with me.
Manifesto definitely sealed the deal for me and the trainees, because like it is just a mental illness, right? Like there's no the way to go around this. It's a pure fucking mental illness. You're delusional. You think that you're something else than you completely are, and you take it out on yourself and other people. Like I don't care. My sympathy is run dry for the trainees. My first actual story of dealing with a trainee all those years ago, back when
I think, honestly, we weren't gonna watch this all the way through, anyways. I probably will try to listen to the rest of this on my own time. But I do want to wrap this segment up. I know it's a bit. I know it was a bit quicker. Basically this guy, right? Robert, this Robert faggot, right? He basically wanted to kill a bunch of Christians because he was it was a political attack. Anytime somebody attacks based on religion, it is also a political attack. It is also political violence. He is clearly making a stance that his political and religious beliefs are better than the Christian children he shot up, and he did also kill some some of the teachers there too, if I recall correctly. He is just he is a monster through and through. And also, it's like you decide to try to instill fear. Like this guy, this is quite literally terrorism. What this guy did was quite literally terrorism. Understand that. And you'll have a greater understanding of this whole thing, and also all the violence that the Troons wish upon us, and also the violence that Troons actually carry out. Nimrod, I heard the shooter was Antifa. Yeah, the Charlie Kirk one. Yes. I believe this guy was also. He definitely was a leftist, some flavor of leftist. That's also undeniable. But we are gonna move on to kind of the next sequence in events here as to what led to the Charlie Kirk assassination. And we have another video from Amalgamite. We're gonna watch this one all the way through, and this is in regard. So we are gonna be going over to Germany. You're probably wondering, what does Germany have to do with the U.S., right? Again, this is the theme that I want to kind of connect here with all of this is this is on the subject of political violence. The Troon shooters are doing this out of politics. The people who are killing the AfD politicians are doing this out of politics. The Charlotte, Irina Zarutska's murder was done out of politics. And Charlie Kirk's murder was done out of politics. And it was, let's see, and it was when we were talking about a Troon in a Discord server wherein and the Troon is out there. This is the server owned by my Canadian friend who agrees with my monarchy views. I see you're becoming more of a monarchist, Rexus. That's awesome. But anyways, let's get started. I kind of ran out of steam there for a moment.
Moderating right candidates in Europe. 4 Alternative for Germany AfD candidates died suddenly and unexpectedly right before the key state election. Anger and theories are
Suddenly and unexpectedly. Last time I heard those words, sudden and unexpected, was in regards to COVID vaccines. I don't think the vaccines have anything to do with this. I think this is very much, with tools of death, so to speak.
are running rife on social media after the sudden death of AfD candidates in Germany's largest state, North Rhine-Westphalia, before the September 14th vote. According to WDR, 4 AfD candidates who were not excluded have died immediately before the NRW municipal election.
I find it so, the strangest part is, right? This happened, days. This is, 1st of September. This was going on, and I recall that this was going on a few days before, but this happening at around the time that it happened, it's like, what is going on? What is going on in Germany these politicians who are about to be going up for election, right? It seems like they just want to get rid of the AfD, and even then, the AfD is not far right, so to speak, despite what the media would want you to believe. Can I come on for a bit sometime? Yeah, I could have you on. I don't think now, but I definitely when we're talking about Charlie Kirk, for sure. I think you'd be great to have on. But I find it so strange. What caused I believe the death toll when it comes to the AfD politicians is at 7 or 8 now. I think it's 7 last time I checked, but who knows? It could be 8 as of today even. But I find it so strange. This is only 2 days before September 14th. I don't know. I don't know what time it is in Germany right now. It could be a day before their election, but it just seems like they are trying to just eradicate what is ultimately a moderate conservative party. That's what the AfD is. It's just a bunch of moderate conservatives. I mean, its leader is a fucking dyke. So take that for what you will. Oh sure, I'll need to do some stuff. Alrighty, sounds good. Germany has been falling apart for a while. That it has, Nimrod. That it has. But the fact that the establishment views the AfD, and even then the AfD, there's quite a few Zionists in the AfD. I'm not gonna deny that. But the fact that the establishment thinks the AfD is a threat, that should tell you something. That really should. And they're not a far right party. If you look into their policies.
Bloomberg, Reinberg, Schwartz, bad lip spring. Statistically almost impossible, wrote Stefan Homburg, and a post that received 1 billion views. Under a post from Peter Borb, he writes, 4 AfD candidates died within 2 weeks during the NRW local elections. Wolfgang Seitz, Reinberg, Ralph Lang, Bloomberg, Stefan Berendies, Bad Lipspring, Wolfgang Klinger, Schwartz, all 4 died suddenly and unexpectedly. An astonishing accumulation of deaths, isn't it? Despite current concerns expressed on social media, not much is known about the circumstances of the death of the 4 candidates other than they have died unexpectedly, which means none of them died from a long battle with cancer, for example.
Yeah, and I think I recall some people saying, oh, they just probably died from cancer. It's no. Suddenly and unexpectedly does not mean cancer. Because if any of them had cancer, they would have announced that they have cancer. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they would do a Gilbert Gottfried, just kind of focus on, not worrying about it, fight it out to the end. But politicians usually announce stuff like this.
Example, As of yet, nobody has provided any evidence that the AFD candidates died from anything
Oh,
other
the
than
French
natural
government
causes.
might be
In addition,
the
there
French
does not
government is
appear to have
collapsing. Of
been
course it
any
is.
police investigations launched into the deaths of any four.
I have a feeling the reason why these AFD politicians were basically dropping like flies, as Amalgamite would put it, it would be their anti-immigration stance. Again, there is such a thing as the Kalergi plan, and mass immigration is in it. And the point of mass immigration is replacement. We all know that.
For the individuals.
Especially if you're in this chat.
4 AFD candidates died within 2 weeks, right before the local elections. And I found out right before stream that now it's turned into, as you can see, 6 AFD politicians have turned into, as you can see,
text?
6.
It's as of 9/3. It's now 7. Yeah, I think it's still. Yeah, I think it's still 7.
AFD politicians have mysteriously died before the key election. This is the most obvious string of assassinations I've ever seen. The cops aren't even investigating the deaths as suspicious.
Oh shit! Wow, the fact that the cops aren't doing anything about it. I mean, hey, it kind of reaffirms Chronic's opinion on the cops. So, hey, that's something. But also, it's like, what the fuck is happening? They don't even want to investigate it. It must have been bribed. That's my first hunch, is that they must have been bribed.
In the local election campaign, the AFD has reported
Escalate. Wait, it's a literal death note.
2 more deaths in addition to the 4 already reported.
Please have the line in there. Is there gonna be the line in there?
Few reserve list candidates have also.
No, it didn't have the line in there. But anyways, silly jokes aside, it's like, it's still really tragic. I'm not trying to make light of it. It's just, Death Note was on the screen, so I naturally had to ask. But anyways, it's like, still, this is extreme. This is extremely weird. It's extremely, bad. And it's also rather telling of the times that we're living in. Like, the fact that moderates are being killed left and right, whether it's Germany or in America, yeah, that should tell you something. There is clearly political unrest in the West. That rhymed. Didn't mean for it to be. What's up, Akairo? How are you? And yeah, I agree with you, Rexus. It's incredibly worrying.
Also died according to Political. State Deputy Leader announces an investigation into the cases. How is it possible for 6 local AFD politicians to die within a couple weeks of the local elections here? 6. This was 4 when I first grabbed it for stream today at 5:14, and it turned into 6 an hour later at 6:19 that I was able to find. 6 dead politicians. That's literally impossible. If it's if one died of cancer.
Doing okay. A wire brush took a chunk out of my arm, but otherwise doing fine. Alrighty.
Cool.
Well, I'll pray
No
for
one
you.
got hit by a car. Okay.
Pray for your recovery.
Any more than that? No, I'm looking at it. I'm
of
sorry.
course, as always, when we're talking about the reposed, Lord have mercy on them. And may they be in your care.
Dying. I'm 100% dying. This is insane. And then that's all mysteriously died, right? There's no cancer. It just suddenly and unexpectedly. Don't know why. Don't know how. Like, holy shit. How do you explain this?
I have an idea.
I wonder if this is actually Russian shenanigans. Oh, I'm sure it's the Russians, right?
Oh,
Not a night of
totally
long lives, after all. My gut feeling is this is the mod.
Totally the Russians, guys. The Russians would totally do something like that. I wonder, they're just trying to influence elections that they don't give a shit about. Oh, that's totally in their agenda, right, guys? Right? It's totally the Russians, huh? Let's see. Death in June's Death of the West song perfectly fits this. The song was made by Douglas P., who's gay, back in the 80s. Oh, wow. Yeah, again, it's like, kind of like what I said in regards to, the gays of back then. They actually used to make art. They didn't, and their art wasn't about, sodomy.
Modern rights last gasp and it'll fail. They aren't going far enough. After that, we either go authoritarian right or authoritarian left. I'll 100% agree with this case, right? They can't be fucking murdering politicians like this. The thing about the AFD is that they're not even far fucking right. I mean, they're far right for Germany, but they're not even that far right. I mean, the leader is a fucking lesbian, married, well, she's a woman, a lesbian, and married to an Indian, for fuck's sakes, right?
Wow. Wow, okay, I did not know that. That's... Oh, man.
There's nothing really far right about that. It's actually quite disappointing and frustrating, but they're the only ones even talking about going against immigration in any way, shape, or form. And so that's what makes them fucking far right, and they're being murdered right before local elections. This happens, but if people don't even...
We still don't know who the culprits are. That should be concerning, don't you think?
They have the choice, the chance to vote their way out of things, there won't be any voting that happens. I mean, for fuck's sakes, when I covered the German elections earlier this year, even though they were the second majority party, and not even that far behind the other party that won, which I forget the acronym at this point in time, they didn't want to even form a coalition with them, and they were trying to actually invalidate the elections, and they tried multiple times to even ban the party and make it illegal, even before the elections even happened.
Wait, you didn't know that about the AFD? I knew that she was a lesbian. I didn't know that she was, quote unquote, married to an Indian. No, trust me, Dusty. I know.
And even after the election was over, they still gained points in the polls, which, granted, you should take polls with a grain of salt, but the AFD's only been rising and rising and rising ever since the election that happened this year. And if they can't even vote for the party that they want to, there's no voting the way out of things. I pray that Aslan's prediction comes true, that there's another big H that would appear at this point as necessary. But yeah, like, it's going to happen. Like, there's probably going to be another funny must.
I'm so tired. Oh, hi, Thomas. How are you? I'm tired of people constantly blaming Russia for everything. Then again, I'm pro-Russian. I'm a pro-Russian imperialist, but propaganda or something like that.
Sesh man that's going to come out of the woodwork. There's a thing about what people don't want to realize, both normies and leftists, they don't want to realize, is that Hitler didn't come out of nowhere.
That's also true. I'm doing all right, Thomas. How about you? As I was saying, actually, let's go back a little so I could hear that.
Normies and leftists, they don't want to realize, is that Hitler didn't come out of nowhere.
There we go. So many people do not understand why Hitler was elected. That's the key word here, elected. He was, I am aware that he did shady stuff. I don't deny that. I don't deny that there's been some shady aspect of the Nazi party. But again, he was elected. He was elected into power. And the reason why he was elected into power is because, well, you just gotta take a look at what Weimar was promoting. The way that I learned about Weimar in high school, right? It was just, it wasn't very economically good. Keep in mind, Scurvy went to a Catholic school for high school. But none of the degeneracy, nothing about all the homosexuality, it being the birthplace of transgenderism, and just the central banking system. None of that was talked about, especially in those textbooks of mine. All that was mentioned in terms of Weimar was, it just wasn't doing good economically, but didn't really go into why that was the case. Especially since Germany was really brutalized after World War I. And wouldn't you know, to his credit, Hitler actually did revitalize the German economy. That is a fact. That is a historical fact. Wait, you watch Zoomer Historian? Yeah, I do watch him every now and then. But this is stuff that I've kind of got bits and pieces of information about for a while, especially in regards to Weimar. It's like, I actually remember I think it was Hammerhand who red-pilled me on the Weimar Republic.
You are insane if you believe that Hitler came out of nowhere. Someday he just magically appeared.
Yeah, that's what so many leftists genuinely believe, is that he just came out of nowhere. It's like, no, you retarded fox. There's such a thing as cause and effect. What was the cause? And you're only talking about the effect, but you never talk about the cause.
Like, no, Weimar problems create Weimar solutions. We are living through Weimar Germany with the fucking crazy amount of immigration, the degeneracy that's going on, the trains and the kids, too. Like, the no birth rates, horrible.
By the way, like what Amalgamite said, Weimar problems require Weimar solutions. I want to offer you guys both a black pill and a white pill. This is one that Chronic told Exiled Lioness, if you remember who she is. Chronic said, the black pill is that we're living in Weimar Germany. Wouldn't you know? So many fucking parallels. And Amalgamite listed them all, basically all of them. Do you guys want to know what the white pill is? We're living in Weimar Germany. Something's gonna change. And I pray that it's for the better. Let's see. I and my Canadian friend watch him, which is part of the reason why we get along so well. AI noticed that people are trying to push for... Let's see. All... AI or all? Notice people that are trying to push for Israel by using his death, which is really weird. Like they say pro-Israel side was peaceful compared to Palestine. Partially true. They're both fucking evil. The pro-Palestine and the pro-Israel side, they're both fucking evil. Let's not kid ourselves here. Even though I know last week I very much was talking about the atrocities that are going on in Palestine and the Middle East, which again, I'm on the side of the Christians. I'm very much on the side of the Christians in that whole conflict. I hope that they are able to make out of everything okay and be able to baptize the nations. But let's be real. I have nothing in common with a Zionist, and I have nothing in common with a dysgenic Muslim. Okay? That's simple.
Economy, etc., etc., etc.
I do, however, have in common with the Christians of those regions.
Like, if things don't actually fix the natural way and the correct way about it, there will be another funny mustache man, whether the normies and leftists like it or not. I'm not, and for the record, YouTube, I'm not saying there should be another funny mustache man, but
I want there to be another Saint Tsar Nicholas II. That's what I want. Even though he was dealt with a very shitty hand, he played his cards the best he could. To be real, it depends on who you ask, but I agree with you. Gotcha. I see.
But I'm just saying there probably will be if this keeps up. But
oh, definitely in Germany. Germany's no stranger to it's kind of a common thing throughout German history, you could say. It's definitely going to happen in Germany. I kind of pray that we finally get a competent leader in the States who is an Orthodox Christian monarchist.
That are far right for Germany, so better than nothing, I guess. Craziest thing was all it took was 10% of the German population to vote. H-Dog and the power. Well, they need a bit more than that based off how the elections work these days.
Let's see.
So, Painter happened because of small hat bankers controlling every part of German society.
Mr. Spoon, if you're watching this stream, I'd love to collaborate with you soon. I think it'd be lovely. We'd be a very based power team. It's a shame both sides can't lose. Yes, I've listened to that video. It's fucking based.
That too here. Man, there are some positions that I have gotten a lot harder on. Not all of them. A lot of them I already kind of had, but I've definitely gotten a lot harder on them and changed and gone further right. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being radicalized because at this point.
Yeah, me too. My thing is, like, Just don't be violent. The best thing you could do. I know I'm kind of spoiling what I'm gonna say later on, but I think it's necessary here too. Don't do anything violent, okay, guys? Just don't. It's not productive. The last thing we want to do here is to embolden these sick fucks. That's the last thing we should be doing. The way you embolden them is via violence. We don't want to do that here. We don't want to do that here. And I will say I will offer solutions later on. So I didn't spoil everything.
I don't fucking care anymore. Weimar.
Yeah, I'd prefer to have someone like Franco in the interim, and then it's like, okay, I have my term, everything's stabilized. Reinstate the monarchy, or instate the monarchy in America's case.
Weimar problems create Weimar solutions. I literally don't care. Mene fuego. I'm at that.
Who radicalized you? The lefty cried. You did. The gamer replied. That's honestly so true. I know it's a bit more of a joke, but it's honestly so true. So many of us are just gamers, nerds, who just wanted to enjoy our hobbies. That's how basically so much of all this started, is we just wanted to play our video games. You decided to come in and fucking ruin it. With cringe and gay propaganda. We are going, for those of us who are especially on the spectrum, like myself, we are going to try to piece things together as to why everything fucking sucks. And that's going, and you know, from my mind, it's like, oh, that expands to, well, society at large.
Fucking point now. Like, I just want a solution to these problems, and I will vote my way out of this. Oh, for whatever the case is, well, I still have my voting rights. And then I would happily vote to lose those rights. I don't care if I'm considered radicalized. I don't care if I'm considered far right.
I don't care if I lose my quote-unquote right to vote. My vote doesn't fucking matter. I realized that a long time ago. That's why by the time the midterms come up, I'm just gonna, you know, have my friend Cthulhu join, you know, do another campaign trail for 2026. And same thing with the 2028 election. It doesn't fucking matter. Voting doesn't fucking matter. they already have their picks anyways. You know, you put there in 3 parentheticals. You don't vote on policy. You're basically voting on like someone's personality. They all have the same fucking goal. They just want to destroy everything.
Right? I don't care if you want to label Nazi. I don't care anymore. I just don't fucking care. I just want solutions to these problems. That's all I care about.
Me too.
Trump is not far right enough for me personally. He's a stepping stone. And you can actually, I hope you actually played clips for him of like Obama. Back when Obama first ran for president, he was against gay marriage. Of course, changed his mind on the second term, but still, Hillary Clinton was also.
Yeah, I wonder why he changed. Like, that's the thing about these Democrats. Think about it like this, right? Especially in the topic of gay marriage, which Amalgamite did cover, and I hope that gets repealed. Coming from the former bisexual, mind you. Basically, it's just not, like, again, it's unholy. It truly is unholy. Gay marriage, it's unholy. It's an inverse. Anything that is an inverse of Christian teaching is unholy and thus of the devil. That's that's pretty basic theology right there. That's why I'm so vehemently against female priests. It's an inversion. Former bisexual, be careful around me. I know. I know. I know, Damien. But anyways, as I was saying, basically it is unholy on this whole fact that it's a perversion. It's a perversion of what God wants for us. It really is that simple. But getting back on the topic here, I went off topic a little bit. It's like, on the subject of being radicalized, it's like, I can't help but notice that, you know, actions have consequences, and we have so much scientific evidence, so many scientific studies in regards to just everything. It's whether it is homosexuality, genetics, which we're going to be going over later. It's just so crazy. I'll be honest. I have some lore there too, and it's in the past. Hey, I'm happy for you, man. We're all able to kind of get past our demons. And Damien, I don't have a problem with you at all. So I'm not trying to like be mean to you or anything. I'm just saying some Christian theology. It's just stuff that Scurvy believes. So
Also against it, she was advocating for a wall around the border too. I remember that clip being passed around during Trump's first term because they were crying about the border wall a crazy amount during Trump's first term. And then
the seething about the wall. Oh my goodness. It brings back some memories. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. But man, I remember just, and I did meme the shit out of the wall, but I was like, there was something out in the bottom of my mind. It was just like something like this could actually work. I mean, who would actually want to climb a wall that tall? It's all right. I don't take issue with it. Alrighty, I see.
Clip from Hillary Clinton from like the 90s talking about building the wall around things too. That's how far the left has gone. And well, when you have extreme problems, you need extreme solutions. And if I'm the extreme solutions, I like how we're on the same page here. Yeah. And that's what most people are like. They want solutions to their problem. We're in a situation where Civil War and basically World War III is going to break out. Well, I'm not going to be like the Beanie Man and say, oh, Civil War.
I will say, I think this bit kind of aged a bit poorly, especially with what's going on right now.
And I don't think America's even at that point for it to happen. I think Britain's closer to that point. I give Britain another 6 months to a year. I expect small skirmishes breaking out on a regular basis until things happen.
Radical times we live in. People need to move back into having actually traditional values. It was all replaced by what we see now. Yeah, big time. Again, I know as of late, like at least since today and a bit of yesterday, I'm just my anger was at like a bit of a zenith, you could say. It's like I think now it's like I want to be a bit more I want to be a bit more like calm about things, like not get so heated. And it's like, yeah, I think I very much see, like in Christ there is healing, 100%. There in Christ there is healing. I thankfully do not have that lore. I thankfully grew up normal regarding that piece of artillery down my pants.
America's not at that point yet. Trump is a stepping stone and appeasement.
It's not like I have like daddy issues or whatever. I'd say I have a pretty good relationship with my parents.
I think he's appeasement is because, well, him not being far right enough is radicalizing people, and there's a huge discourse on Twitter, and the overtone window, the talking points, whatever you want to, label different things for the discourse, has it shifting really far right. He is still kind of appeasement at the end of the day because there's still people saying you need to trust the plan and Trump's doing a good job, etc., 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 which, Trump is not doing a bad job.
He could be doing a better job, far better job, and maybe he should probably stop listening to that AIPAC representative and stop taking Israel money. That'd be great.
But he's still not far right enough. He's still not actually giving solutions, but he is appeasing the normies in a lot of ways. Remember, right doesn't hold your interest.
That's it. I got. Okay, I'll talk about that later.
At heart, identifying with something not your identity will use against you, like with Trump 2024. I mean, I guess fair enough. I really don't care what the hell I am. That's one thing I haven't changed since I started streaming, because I knew it was on the right somewhere. I just figured it was more center right, but I don't know where the fuck I am right now, and I don't really fucking care. My opinions are my opinions. Are they realistic? Probably not. I don't see most of my policies and ideas being enacted.
The reason why, a big reason why I'm a monarchist, it's actually kind of twofold. I started listening to monarchist content, mainly Spoon, but also it's like I started listening to like Andrew Wilson, or the like big time Orthodox Christian, and it's like, holy shit! I thought he wasn't a great guy at first, but then I actually listened to him, and I was like, holy shit! He was one of the reasons why I wanted to look into orthodoxy, as well as some other people I know online. But also, it's like, holy shit! I had no idea Christians could be based. like, aside from like a few, I thought many of them were just kind of like the weak Protestants I rip on. But holy shit, there was a whole sect of Christianity that I was just like, oh my goodness, this gels extremely well with some of my political beliefs that I've been developing. And then I looked, and then it's like now my faith is a reason why I'm moving further to the right. It's not because new political information. It's like, well, what what was said in the Bible. So yeah, that's a bit of a short summary.
Acted anytime soon. But at the same time, they're still my opinions at the end of the day, and whatever my opinions make me, or whatever my opinions make me, they're still my fucking opinions. And my opinion is, I don't care anymore.
I'm sorry, but I will never take anything a voice change anime VTuber says seriously. No, Amalgamite is actually a woman, though. Like, she's not using a voice changer. I know what voice changers sound like. I developed the pattern recognition rug. I have been duped too many times.
Whatever that makes me, I guess. Chop is lukewarm, but at least it's something, I suppose. Exactly. Right in the direction. Appeasing the normies. My dad's more than happy with him. Still not far right enough. I consider myself right-wing. At this point, I think the label's too big of a tent now. It doesn't mean much. Oh, that's also true. Don't get me started on the big tent at the right. Makes me angry.
Mm-hmm.
I just want my country to be my country again.
I think we get the point. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab me another drink, and then we'll talk about the next little segment here. But I will move myself over because for this next one we are not going to be watching a VTuber. But I will be right back, and then I am going to talk about what happened to Irina Zarutska. I am back. What I miss? Let's see. Drank all your liquor. I honestly knew she's a woman just by her vocal cords alone, but that's just me. What type of alcohol y'all drink? Better not be... No, I drink hard liquor only, dude. I only drink hard liquor, Thomas. It is good to root yourself in faith in these times. Religious or not, everyone take care of yourselves. Never lose your confidence. Never lose faith. Never lose faith. That's good advice, Nimrod. I honestly wish I would drink, but I'm not sleep deprived to the point where I have to drink. It's a very small cup for the sake of sleeping. I say. Alrighty, so I'm just gonna say my kind of my final thoughts on the Amalgamite video. Then we're gonna get to the Irina Zarutska murder. I was gonna say incident. It's not an incident. It was murder. Basically, we live in very, very tumultuous times. When even moderates are being killed, you know it's a fucking problem. Something is wrong. There is clearly a sickness here. And nobody wants to address it. Why? It's only very few of us, and most of us are VTubers, who actually want to address this. It's really it's a fucking tragedy. It really is a fucking tragedy. I'm just checking my notifications before we get going. Yeah, I got a notification. I definitely will. I definitely should talk to that Nikolai Korea guy. He seems cool. I've watched a few of his streams. I'd love to actually have a chat with him. But anyways, let's get to the, I do want to join you with the Charlie Kirk thing for a brief bit. We are about to get to the Charlie Kirk stuff. I think that's going to be the majority of this stream, but I think we're going to talk about what happened to Irina Zarutska right now. That she got murdered.
It is very clear that this country is still struggling with racism. We still have racism showing up in almost every institution. We don't know why that man did what he did. And for Charlie Kirk to say, we know he did it because she's...
Wait a second. Wait a second, guys. Wait a second. Did I just hear him say Charlie Kirk? I should let you guys know, that was the last thing that he posted about. That was the last thing that Charlie Kirk posted about before his very tragic assassination. Was exactly about this case. I'll even pull it up for you. I'll even pull it up for you guys later.
He's white when there's no evidence of that. It's just pure race mongering, hate mongering. It's wrong.
Welcome back, tribe. We got an update on everything going on with this.
Also, did you hear that they're now saying that yes, I know that the leftists are trying to cope and say that the shooter was a groiper. No, he fucking wasn't. No, he fucking wasn't.
Irina case, the Ukrainian refugee that got murdered on the train station, or not the station, but the bus. As you can see from this video alone, I cleaned up a little bit of the audio. You can clearly hear him say, I'll play it for you one more time. Listen.
Yeah, that he is absolutely saying, I got that white girl on that camera.
And then you hear somebody say, oh shit, one more time. Now,
and the white guy was the one to say, oh shit.
We at least know why they were covering it up so much. This is blatant. It is a hate crime. We were vindicated.
100%. I remember when the reports were going out for this story, and they were saying, no, it wasn't a hate crime. It wasn't a hate crime. But yeah, that this whole video here, yeah, kind of goes against that narrative, just a little bit, By just a little bit, I mean very. Again, mainstream media are notorious liars. They will lie about anything and everything. That's what they're doing with the Charlie Kirk case. They're doing it with Irina. They're doing it with Charlie Kirk. They always lie about everything. Everything.
And what we said earlier.
Gee, I wonder who funds them. Who funds the news, guys?
Why they were suppressing the story as much as they were. Simply for...
Irina is just sitting there. That man just happens to be a psycho on the loose. Yeah, a 14-time released psycho on the loose. Thank you, black judges with probably kosher funding.
For the fact that it is horrible optics. The narrative is completely destroyed. The guy was walking around saying, I got that white girl after stabbing her. A full video was released that we can't show you here that has tracked.
It's brutal. I've seen the video. It's fucking brutal. And I've seen a lot of gore in my lifetime. That was not easy to watch. The Charlie Kirk video was really hard to watch. It's so brutal. It really is that brutal. What makes Irina another tragic case? She had a BLM poster on her bedroom door. We will be addressing that later on. We will be addressing that.
All over social media showing the moments that she passed away, how she passed away.
Yeah,
which
I agree,
is
Nimrod.
Horribly gruesome. She had a look of fear in her face as she watched her life slowly drain from her body with a piece of scumbag shit that should be put down the same way you put down a rabid animal.
I noticed something. Like, she was stabbed in the, around the carotid area. Not in the neck, but, not, at that exact spot in the neck, but kind of around the trapezius. Yeah, she died via bleeding. Really tragic, really brutal. Lord have mercy on her. Lord have mercy on Irina Zarutska.
Walks away as if nothing ever happened. So, in light of that, some new information has come out recently, but I'll play a few clips for you. What we found out was that we understand now that the judge wasn't even actually a judge that passed the bar. It was a judge that went to school.
Now, I do know that you don't need to pass the bar to be a judge, but our judges are not the best and the brightest, especially the black ones.
But never actually got the qualifications required. Never was a lawyer, licensed lawyer. So the corruption is far deeper than we ever expected.
Yeah, I think that should be a new standard going forward. You need to have been a lawyer before you become a judge. I think that way everybody needs to pass the bar exam. And even then, I know they made the bar exam significantly easier over the years. It's not that I don't know that. I'm just saying, at least there should be a standard. There should be a standard in being a judge, because as a judge, you have the responsibility and the power to decide someone's fate. That's not a power that one should take lightly.
Expected. Let's just get into another aspect of this that has kind of surfaced. $3.3 million from left-wing NGOs. The MacArthur Foundation went to Mecklenburg County, to reduce jail populations.
Scurvy, there isn't even a standard to become a police officer. Is that what you mean? Yeah, that's fucking red pilling right there. No wonder why there's so many ponytail police officers who think it's okay to draw out their weapon when somebody is resisting just slightly. Again, it's the female officer that escalates force when protocol is supposed to be that it's when the suspect escalates force. That's when you escalate in kind. I swear, women are not meant to be in law enforcement. I made a whole stream about that a while ago. One of my favorites, actually. It was really red pilling. Yep, that would explain the UK. Yeah, it's even worse in the UK, to my knowledge. If a cop is yelling at you, drop the weapon. Smart idea, Dusty. Smart idea. Drop the weapon. Do not engage a police officer in combat. You will be shot. You might even possibly end up dead.
The very county that released career criminal DeCarlos Brown
comply with
14 times. Follow the money. I'll read you what this says here just so you can see. In 2020, Mecklenburg County was awarded its second grant in the amount of $1 million. Who pocketed the money? From the MacArthur Foundation.
Okay, we are going to do some fucking digging right here. Let's see. MacArthur Foundation. I got to look. I'm going to look up who founded the MacArthur Foundation. John D. And Catherine MacArthur. We're gonna look at. Wait a second. John D. MacArthur, a wealthy businessman who built his fortune through Bankers Life and Casualty Company real estate. And Catherine was his wife. John D. MacArthur. Early life. What the fuck? No fucking way. He's not. No way. He's not Jewish. I did the early life check and everything. I thought he looked the part. Apparently he was raised from a Baptist preacher. Oh wait, Baptist. Yeah, it doesn't sound like Orthodox to me. Progressivism and Christianity is just that too. They in my mind, the pattern recognition still kind of works. It's like they're Shabbos goy. They're basically just Shabbos goy. He's Jewish adjacent. Yeah, so Cairo. That's basically what I'm saying. Yep, I knew it. No doubt. No doubt that organization serves Israel's end very well.
Part of the Safety and Justice.
I don't know who thinks it's a good idea to have a lot of women to work in police force outside of paperwork. Some that are really strong should, not even the strong ones should. They don't have the emotion. Again, it's a difference between men and women. Us guys are way more fit to be dealing with stuff like, on the ground police stuff. Women are great for the desk work. And I'm using great in quotes here because men do their job better.
This challenge. It's almost like an inversion where they spit on your face.
Exactly.
Was there safety and justice for this case?
Yeah, why? To continue reducing the jail population, that's not exactly a Christian position. To let a bunch of criminals out on the loose, that's not a Christian position. They are in there because they committed a crime and they are being punished for it. And don't give me that crap of, my rehabilitation. No, the purpose of a prison should be for punishment. For certain crimes, you cannot rehabilitate them. It's fucking pointless, especially if they've been in jail several fucking times. They can't be trusted with the responsibility, period. Keep them in the office, I agree.
Safety and justice, 14 times you were freed. Safety and justice. For the county's efforts to develop and implement strategies capable of positively impacting the main drivers of local jail population. In 2022, the county was awarded an additional $350,000 to ensure recent reforms were sustainable. This brings the total investment of $3.3 million to continue safely reducing the jail population. They're planning.
Actually, hold on. Let me one second. I'm actually going to. I think I'd love to. Feel free to DM me later tonight or tomorrow. We can schedule something. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Oh yeah, there's more on the Charlie
To implement
stuff.
strategies aimed at addressing systemic or system inefficiencies, enhancing existing services, providing non-jail alternatives. The non-jail alternatives was the magistrate judge rehabilitation company, which she is the CEO at. I am not making this up.
Wait a
She lets
second.
people go.
Hold on.
Alternatives, the existing services, providing non-jail alternatives, the non-jail alternatives was the magistrate judge rehabilitation company, which she is the
Wait a second.
CEO at. I am not making this up.
I know what he's talking about.
She lets people go, puts them in her rehab program for inmates, criminals, which she gets kickbacks from. This is not somebody that ever practiced law, was not a lawyer. It keeps getting worse.
Things that infuriate the media a million times more than a bloodthirsty
Wait a damn second.
Keeps getting worse.
Jokes aside, it's like, I have some skepticism on what this woman is about to say if you see the Star of Rem fam on her neck.
Things
Just
that
a little
infuriate the
skeptical.
media a million times more than a bloodthirsty thug freed from jail 14 times
just to be charged with stabbing this girl to death.
defending passengers from bloodthirsty thugs, defending yourselves from thugs, the death of a thug who overdosed after pointing a gun at a woman's stomach, enforcing the law, hate crime.
A pregnant woman's stomach. Just thought I'd correct you there, Jewess. No doubt Chronic's pitching a semi right now.
Crime hoaxes, deporting an alien trafficking suspect, showing mugshots of alien gangbangers, frat bros smiling, teaching math, Dr. Seuss, Charlie Brown, the Constitution, black women on syrup bottles, white girls. When the media finally decided to mention the girl who
You're not white, Chica. I'm part Ashkenazi myself. Yeah, those guys aren't white.
was slaughtered on the train, they weren't outraged that it happened. They were outraged that we saw it happen.
Some of the comments around this story are baldly racist.
Because the color of the suspect and victim don't
He said baldly, not bold. Did he say it's bold? Boldly, not baldly. You're saying a different fucking word there, egghead.
neatly fit their narrative. Things that infuriate.
Succinctly put. So let's continue on.
I
The
don't know,
magistrate
could've been framed
judges.
better. Yeah, okay, yes. Let's see. Lawfare, did you know that many of the judges releasing violent criminals into your communities aren't even lawyers? Judge Teresa Stokes, who released a career criminal. Okay, I'm going to do some research here. Judge Teresa Stokes. No, don't know. Fuck you, Google. Let's see. I think this was the judge that Bo was talking about earlier in regards to just how bad, things are when it comes to being a judge and also getting kickbacks for your fucking rehab program. Fuck you. Fuck you, Miss Stokes.
Believe you me, I was just as shocked to hear this as you might be. Did you know that many of the judges releasing violent criminals into your communities aren't even lawyers? Judge Teresa Stokes, who released a career criminal who murdered the Ukrainian refugee on a promise he'd return to court for a trial, is not a lawyer. In states like North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, Texas, and Arizona, the magistrate signing your arrest or search warrant or deciding bail amounts might not even be a lawyer, you guys.
Look at this. None of these people should be in this position. Again, logic is not a woman's forte. Okay? We have to be real here. Logic is not a woman's forte. All of these people should be replaced by men immediately. They cannot make the correct decisions for cases. They just can't. Again, they do not have the capability of making logical decisions. It's not in their programming to do so. But also something else too, that just crossed my mind, if I can remember it. I wonder how many of these judges are getting kickbacks, like Teresa Stokes. Clearly, there is some incentive for these people to be judges.
Guys, look at this. It says the man.
They look like they just escaped insane asylums. Yeah, they fucking look crazy. They all do. I have a feeling this middle one right here is Jewish. I could tell by the nose.
Magistrate judge who released a violent criminal that murdered a Ukrainian refugee.
I don't know. Maybe that other guy from the MacArthur Foundation has some Ashkenazi blood in him. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me much. Behavior is genetic after all. And wouldn't you know, the behavior of this guy who killed Irina Zarutska on the train. Genetic.
Refugee never passed the bar, and there is no evidence she completed law school. That, in and of itself, is absolute.
What the hell is this?
Let's blow those whining women back to the Dark Ages right where they belong!
What the hell is this?
Okay. It's bad enough to not have passed the bar. It's even worse to not have even gone to law school. What the fuck?
Mind-blowing. How corrupt is everything? Truly. So now the right wing is starting to really shine a light on so many of these cases.
Oh shit. Say their names because the mainstream media won't. Irina Zarutska, Caitlin Strait, Brianna Kupfer, and Dr. Julie Gard-Schnuel. Irina Zarutska, stabbed by DeCarlos Brown after killing her, said, "I got that white girl." Caitlin Strait, who was 27 weeks pregnant, was shot in the head by Barry West. Brianna Kupfer was stabbed by Sean Laval Smith, 46. What the fuck? Dr. Julie Gard-Schnuel, stabbed by Harold Rashad Dabney the third. I'm sorry for laughing. It's just this is the third person in that bloodline. I'm sure his ancestors are so proud. I'm sure they are. I'm joking, of course. While out walking her dog. Wow. Scurvy, do you want to be a judge? No, I recognize that my personality is not fit to be in the position of judge. If you are, I think the type of person who's most fit for that position is definitely not a hothead like myself. I think somebody with a cooler head, somebody who isn't on the spectrum, and somebody who is very good at interpreting law should be in the position of judge, and most certainly that person should be a Christian.
Cases that have been happening, because it's not in isolation. This isn't a one and done, something gruesome and horrific, that poor girl. This has been happening. The media has been suppressing it, and everybody else just has to pretend we don't have a problem with black culture. Extreme amounts of disproportionate violence amongst black men. And
Yes, it's like what Matt Walsh said on the subject. Love him or hate him, he's 100% correct. It's like out of every single murder rate in the world, black men in America, whether it's per capita or not, have the high, we're talking black on white crime here. We're not even talking about black on black crime here, because the statistics look even worse. And even then, they're not showing the full numbers. Imagine if they did show the full numbers. I remember talking with Saturn, my friend Saturn Senshi, a while back. This is like when I was first really starting to get red pilled here. She made the kind of the prediction of, no, not prediction. She made a assumption of 1350, right? She said it was more like 1380. I believe that's what those numbers actually are. I firmly believe that. And again, I'm not trying to be like racist here. Like, again, I also know that many of my black brothers in Christ condemn this kind of behavior full-heartedly. Again, they also tend to not fall into those stereotypes. I know, Akairo, but I thought I'd add the caveat in there, because I think that the black Christians I see actively calling out this behavior are something. I think it is something worth noting here. And again, those people I have no problem with, and I'm glad that they're condemning the bullshit that their people commit on a daily basis. They are more than happy to call them out on that behavior. They are happy to, because they too want their communities to be better. And I'm glad that they recognize this reality about their people. And that's something else we have in common. I mean, like, we both despise this kind of behavior. And we also both know that it is in like that specific population. It's undeniable. It's undeniable, and I'm glad that they fight this good fight of stopping this shit in their communities. But basically, it's like the reality is, these people, on both a genetic level but also on a civilizational level, they have, like, when they are very much primed to be a bit more aggressive. It's again genetics. I forget the specific gene in which we're talking about here. And then societally, when they hear, oh, we're oppressed, blah blah blah, whites are the reason why your life sucks. Whites are evil. Again, you have low IQ, genetic predisposition to violence, and propaganda blared out by Jews who very much don't like whitey. You're gonna see this shit constantly. However, and I very much am a firm believer of this, that once they submit themselves to Christ, it's like they stop doing a lot of the stereotypes that I and many other people would make fun of them for. They stop doing that. Like, they stop acting like savages and start acting like, children of God. And children of God doesn't necessarily mean white.
You have to be quiet about, because we'll hurt feelings, because the truth is irrelevant. Optics is all that matter. We're pretending to hold...
Exactly. Though I will say, like, again, I believe in what I said, and I apologize for nothing. I believe that if one were to repent, if one were to, like, genuinely repent, they're not doing it for show. They do it in the, like, during confession or in the privacy of their own home. I believe that they have the capacity and IQ to change their behavior. They don't have to be like 130 IQ or whatnot, but they at least understand that it's like the behavior that I did was that I've done or do is wrong, and they change for it, right? That's the point of repentance. You no longer want to do the behavior. Like, if you don't want to upset God, you don't do the behavior. And I understand that, old habits die hard. That's when prayer is especially useful. Let's keep going. I rambled long enough for now.
While Glocktavius shoots you in the fucking face and Stab Quisha just slices your throat. And you're supposed to be like, that was an accident. They were systemically oppressed. You were murdered for looking in a certain direction on a train? Bro, don't you know there were socioeconomic factors at play here?
Oh man, the fucking socioeconomic factors. No! That's not the case! That's never the case. Never has been the case, never will be the case. As I just went over.
Of why you lost...
It's like, I want to stop being a chubby guy, so I'm taking steps of going on a diet, fasting, and working out. You have to take the steps to where you want to go. Exactly, Okairo. That's the point. That's exactly the point of repentance. It's not easy. Penance is not easy. It's actually really hard, and there's some behaviors that I'm repenting for to this day. Like, it's not easy. It really isn't.
Your life. You'll get a cap busted in your ass by Glocktavius. You're just trying to finish your pizza shift, 8 hours of flipping pizzas, kneading dough, making minimum wage, going home smelling like fucking marinara sauce. No, Glocktavius, we would like to not have caps in our asses being busted. Can you chill for a second? Can you just spend 30...
Well, I mean, Judge LaQuisha wouldn't like that very much. Again, there is the racial component to all this. That is very important to understand this whole case. There is the racial component to all this. Judge LaQuisha wouldn't really want, she doesn't want to keep her people down. And that's what I see a lot of the black leftists say, just keeping a brother down. But there's a reason why he got arrested several fucking times. He keeps doing this shit. He's not going to learn. But no, your very strong in-group preference, it prevents you from actually making a sound decision, in addition to you being a woman.
30 days with non-homicidal thoughts? Is it so hard to ask? Maybe you would smile more and see, smell the roses, the upside to life, instead of busting caps in asses, being obsessed with homicidal fantasies.
Not capable of doing that, plus they're drugged out of their minds. Remember how prolific fentanyl is now, and remember how prolific crack was back in the 80s.
Can we do that? Maybe, we wouldn't have to then have our heads on a...
Yeah, the fucking FBI, I have to say this, I think I mentioned this before, but the FBI, the U.S. government as a whole, destroyed black families. Like, I've listened to quite a lot of conservative black men talk exactly about this. I fully agree 100%, and I'm glad they're doing what they're doing to help fix the black family unit. Yeah, sure, I'll DM you on X or on Discord. But we're gonna get through the Irina Zarutska case, and then we're gonna talk about Charlie Kirk. But anyways, but I've listened to a lot of like black conservative figures talk about the destruction that the U.S. government has done to black families, and I full-heartedly support their cause in trying to restore the black family unit. Full-heartedly agree. Their approach is Christian. I like how they're going about it. They're pretty intelligent people. They don't have they don't follow and have the stereotypes that their race does, and so I support their efforts.
Swivel with caps being busted in anuses. It'd be nice, wouldn't it? It would be nice. So then we have this whole...
To name some names, Malcolm Flex is a good person you should follow. I don't agree with everything he says, but for the most part, he's right. He's collaborated with Undead Chronic before. I'd love to talk to him in the future, especially on something like this.
List of people where this is happening. It says Caitlin Strait, who was 27 weeks pregnant, was shot in the head by Barry West. Brianna Kumpfer stabbed by Sean Laval Smith 46 times. 46 times. Dr. Julie Gard-Schnuel stabbed by Harold Rashad Dabney III while out walking her dog. Butchered to death. Hacked to death by this upstanding citizen.
Fucking brutal.
Dogs, murderers. I want to be very clear about this. We are focusing on the lens of black versus white here, but these people also criminalize the most those in their own community. And these...
Yes, let's not forget that. Black on black crime is immensely high. And this is something else, those figures that I've mentioned before, they also talk about too. They are actively trying to solve the issues in their community, and I full-heartedly support their effort. Inhuman bastards is all they are. Yes, especially those people people, quote unquote, on the right here. Again, these are these on the right are demons. Demons. Anybody who kills is a demon. They lose human being especially if they're unrepentant. I know there are saints out there. If you know who Moses the Black is, or the Apostle Paul, but they genuinely repented for their sins. Saint Moses the Black, he lived a life as a monk. Basically, he was a monk. When he decided to truly repent for all that he has done. He lived the life of a monk. He lived under I forget who. I don't know. The information's just not coming to me right now. But there's a reason why he became a saint. Saint Moses the Black. Look him up if you want to. The same thing with the Apostle Paul. He was before he truly submitted to Christ. Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry. Well, I somewhat disagree there. Killing demons doesn't make one a demon themselves. Yeah, that's also true. I see where you're coming from, Satanar. I agree. I'm saying if somebody just kills somebody out of cold blood for just like the pleasure out of it, the murderer is obviously the demon. And I think the demon should be killed. I don't think the demon should be murdered. I think the demon should be killed. There is the biblical difference in terms of kill and murder. But going back to the Apostle Paul, it's like he murdered Christians. Understand that he murdered Christians. He didn't just kill them; he murdered them, as defined in the Old Testament. But he and I fully believe that it's God wanted him to change, and Paul, formerly Saul, changed his ways because God told him to, and Saul through repentance became Paul. And Paul clearly never forgave himself for it. That too. He never forgave himself. He always knew that he was a sinner. That's the thing with all of the saints. And whether you're looking at the Catholic tradition, the Roman Catholic tradition, or the Orthodox tradition, they would all say that they are sinners. They would all do. They never forgave themselves. Repentance for many of the saints was lifelong. But anyways, let's continue.
Liberal judges, I was correct when I told you from that magistrate information there. When I told you the left wing that propagates race baiting, race relations, and they use that to drive a wedge to get more votes from minorities, has ushered in this exact thing happening. And
this was bound to happen.
Increasingly so, because they are soft on crime, and they also let the murderers out willy-nilly and allow them to commit these and tell them that they're actually the victims, that they're actually systemically oppressed, that white people have oppressed them. So then they victimize white people. And they do it so nonchalantly with extreme violence that you have your throat slashed and the guy a hop skipping away off of the bus doesn't even care.
Have you guys seen the screenshot of some of the other people who were nearby Irina, when she got stabbed? Keep in mind, I know this is going to seem a little divisive to some, but there is the undeniable racial component to even that. They were not going to help her. They just weren't. Again, it goes against their own group interest. And yes, Akairo, yes, they are all black. They were not going to help her. Some of them, waddled away. They waddled away from Irina when she needed their help the most. They were not going to help her. They weren't even going to stop. They didn't stop the guy killing her. They didn't do that. They didn't even try. They didn't even try to help her. They just walked away. They just walked away. That's really fucking sad. And just, I think I found it to be evil. I really did. No, Scurvy, if he says he's sorry, he must have meant it. People never lie. No, yeah, trust me, I know. But there's a difference between somebody faking an apology and somebody choosing to live their life in repentance. That's the thing with the Apostle Paul or Saint Moses the Black, or actually quite a few of our saints.
And then the rest of the people who were all black right here in this photo, you have black, 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 another black man. She just got stabbed. This is after being stabbed, looking down on herself. The saddest video ever, as literally the life drains out of her body and she keels over. Guy runs off like a complete pussy. These don't give a fuck. These three people here.
Oh, by the way, I remember seeing race hustlers like Tariq Nasheed say, "No, there wasn't no blood. There was no blood there, Enwa. There was no blood." And turns out there was a lot of blood. So fuck that guy for lying.
Do not even care. Zero.
Lord, these leftists do not know what they're doing. They do not know what they do.
Reaction. She's looking like, oh my God. And then let me get away from this bleeding, dying person.
I'm not going to watch the stream further. I think I want to escape reality for a bit. Hey, that's fair enough, Rexus. We're dealing with a lot of heavy subject matter here. If you want to come back later, I'm no, for a fact I'm going to still be streaming. But like I said, this is not going to be a very easy stream for any of us. And it's not exactly easy for me, too. I'm trying to keep myself composed here. I think it's really the liquor that's helping me stay composed.
Magically, another guy comes around from...
Oh, I wasn't referring to saints. I was making fun of people that immediately think we must forgive murderers and prostitutes just because they repented. Yeah, okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think there needs to be some proof that they've actually changed. That's the thing. That's why I don't like that Nala chick. Like, she has not changed. She has not repented. She's trying to start a fucking ministry. Like, she sees the writing on the wall for her OF career, and she was like, oh, I'm gonna start this fucking weird ministry thing, because it was actually one of my earlier videos that I've made. It was in regards to, what was that video? I'll look it up later. But it was about, oh yeah, it was about the sewing circle, as Andrew Wilson coined that term. That's the video. But anyways, I know what you mean. At least I'm not the only one onto Nala. Oh, for sure. There's a lot of us Orthodox Christians are onto people like Nala. Like one of our biggest things is repentance. Like, for sure. Hold on. I'll be right back. Give me like a minute. Then we'll resume with the coverage from Legion of Men in regards to Irina Zarutska. Okay, I am back. Let's see. Saltanar says, Freeran has a good metaphor for these people. Let's see. Let's go back. Sorry about that. These people, quote unquote, when they show their demons. The demons in that show. Let's see. I got it. Okay, yeah. Sorry. The demons in that show only use words to manipulate and prey on humans. So too is with many of these people. Why do you use the term mother? If you don't know that, if you don't even know what that is, it gets you to stop killing us. I have a deep admiration for Freerun as a female protagonist. She's the ideal one. Based. Anyways, let's get back to the video. Sorry,
I don't know what part of the bus. And then,
at least, oh yeah,
and
I
he
already read
pulls
that
out
comment
his
from
phone.
Damien.
Let me get out of the way. Pulls his phone out to record. I'm not kidding you. That is incredible citizenry. Wow. Characters, morals, values. Stupendous. This is the culture we're protecting. Do it for the culture, bro. Pull out the phone so you can post that shit on WorldStar. WorldStar.
Oh,
Incredible.
motherfucker.
Incredible. And
Motherfucker. Fucking World Star Hip Hop, man. Of course. That is... the fact that you're just recording it, not even, like, probably encouraging the fact that she's bleeding out, that says a lot about your group. It's not all that uncommon either, if you've seen any videos of gang violence like I have.
here's a news report about the other woman. This was in Auburn.
Police have made an arrest in the death of former Auburn professor Dr. Julie Shinelli. This update coming just about 5 minutes ago in a press release. Auburn police say they have arrested Harold Rashad Dabney III from Montgomery and have charged him with 2 counts of capital murder in connection to the death of Dr. Shinelli at Kiesel Park. Police say they received a call about a suspicious person on around 8:45 a.m. on Sunday morning on Beehive Road. And Auburn police say through contact with Dabney, they have made the observation and through further investigation have labeled Dabney the suspect in the homicide involving Dr. Shinelli. Now, according to Lee County Coroner Daniel Sexton, Shinelli's wounds appear to be
the reporter reeks of nepotism. Yeah, this guy fucking sucks at his job.
Consistent with sharp force trauma, meaning caused by a knife or other sharp objects. And also, Auburn police say that the Shinelli's red Ford F-150 that was taken from Kiesel Park on Saturday was found along Lee Road 177 or Wire Road in Auburn. And Auburn police have taken that truck. And it was found abandoned again on Wire Road in Auburn on Sunday afternoon. Now, Kiesel Park is still closed and remains a crime scene with crime scene tape still up at the gate. And Auburn police say it will remain closed through the weekend.
And people have started uncovering more of this guy's past.
Oh my goodness. Irina Zarutska's killer has a half-brother named Stacy Dijon Brown who shot and killed a white 65-year-old man in the face while he was walking home from work in 2012. He then used the Charlotte light rail system to flee the scene. Their father, DeCarlos Brown Sr., is also a criminal with prior arrests for breaking and entering, felony conspiracy, larceny, and a possession of a weapon on the University of North Carolina Charlotte campus. Holy shit, their whole family. Of course, half-brother, daddy issues. I mean, look, this guy has a bunch of tattoos right here. But oh my goodness, their whole family is criminals.
But not just his brother too. So if you look here to the right, this is his absolutely stellar of a citizen, doctor / engineer / rocket scientist, absolute boon for humanity's future. What's his name? Stacy Dijon Brown, who shot and killed a white 60 the Charlotte light rail system to flee the scene. Then their father, also an incredible, ingenuous human being that has contributed to society.
Yeah, I know the usually applies to more of the European flavor of unjust criminal behavior from certain ethnic demographics, but it also fits here too because the leftist media tries to paint career criminals as these intelligent, bright individuals when no, they're just giant pieces of shit that should be locked up, and that's showing them mercy. Wait a second. No fucking way. That guy is a fucking... No, is that the cross of St. Andrew on this guy's neck? I am really restraining myself here from saying anything YouTube really wouldn't like.
Society as a whole is a criminal. Mr. DeCarlos Brown Sr., with prior arrests from breaking and entering, felony conspiracy, larceny, and possession of a weapon on the University of North Carolina Charlotte campus. We have a family, a career criminal family. And boy, don't they look like outstanding citizens that you would love to have a beer with, you would have a picnic, invite to hang out with your family. We're supposed to say that this career criminalism is supposed to be fine, that we shouldn't lock certain people away, aka criminals, just because there is a subculture within the community that spawns nothing but animalistic violence. I'm talking about the hood culture, the rap music, the glorification of violence, hypersexualization, drug use, everything in that subculture that's completely regressed Black culture as a whole. We now have
Exactly. And Bo and I are definitely not the only people to have said that. Other Black people have too, leftists. What, do you think they're just a bunch of anti-Black activists? Oh wait, I know what you call them. You call them coons. Yeah, you call them coons. Because they's acts white. You know, fuck off.
disproportionate violence, and the numbers are absolutely staggering. Matt Walsh covered a couple of them here.
Statistically, a white person is 30 times more likely.
Okay, Bo does play the video here that I was referring to earlier.
To be killed by a Black person than the other way around. We know that. That's just true. In 2019, there were about 560,000 violent interracial incidents between Blacks and whites. 470,000 of them were Black on white. That's 85%. 85%. 240 Black people were killed by whites. 560 white people were killed by Blacks. And this is all in spite of the fact that white people make up 60% of the population. Blacks are 13%. Just by raw numbers, not even per capita, but raw numbers.
That shit. Okay, so because Walsh is talking about raw numbers here, because again, I said this earlier, when you look at the per capita numbers, it's even worse. But just the raw data alone, you can see how bad the problem is, and that's not even the full story. I don't think they'd ever want to show the full story. I said this earlier, and I'm gonna say it again because I think it's important.
There are more Black interracial killers than white. That should be impossible. There are 171 million more white people in the country, and yet there are more Black interracial killers. By raw numbers, the young Black males in particular are an order of magnitude more violent and more likely to commit crimes than any other group in the country. Black men are 5 or 6% of the population. They commit the majority of murders in the country. That makes Black males in America more dangerous than perhaps any other demographic in the entire world, let alone in this country.
How insane.
But that's racist. That's racist. You can't talk about that. That's racist. Newsflash, it's reality whether you like it or not. And so maybe if you don't want people to stop having such negative views of your people, might be time to start condemning the behaviors of your people. After all, especially when it comes to certain minority demographics, I go by with what the aristocratic utensil preaches, that being a good ambassador for your people. Majority of Black Americans are not good ambassadors for their people. That's another reason why racism is at an all-time high, you could say. And I kind of hope it continues that way. The Black community really needs to wake the fuck up.
And these are the numbers. Statistically, a white person is 30 times more likely to be killed by a Black person than the other way around. So the number I quoted in the first video was 41.5. We also then learned later that certain Hispanics and some lighter-skinned Blacks have been misrepresented in crime statistics where they were labeled white. People are now starting to uncover.
Oh, absolutely. Now that you mentioned that, Bo, oh my goodness. Do you guys remember the let's see, what was it? Was it 2021 or 2022? Chevy Van Tech. When was that? No, not the Toronto one. 2022? Was it Chevy van. Was it even a Chevy? I forget. Oh yeah, there was a Chevy attack in Germany last year. I'm just doing some fuck. It was like some sort of Christmas parade. I forget what kind of car it was. I know it happened. It was like a big story back in like 2022, like 2023. I'll have to look it up later. The search engine's not cooperating with me right now, but the person behind that attack, that they tried to say that he was a white man. No, that was clearly a black man that they decided to increase the contrast of to try to pass him off as Middle Eastern. Fuck no.
Troves of mugshots with descriptions of the crimes committed, and they are labeled as white. They do not look white, and Middle Easterners have been labeled as white. So the true raw gross.
This one. Let me click that link. That was the one I looked up earlier. This was one that happened in unless this might be the one you're talking about, and I'm just being retarded. No, I don't want default browser. Let's see, killing 6 people, injuring 323 others. The driver of the car, allegedly 50-year-old anti-Islam activist, and he has one of the most Muslim-sounding names imaginable. What the fuck? Okay, just did some base research into that. I think I might know what you're talking about. I do remember hearing about that one, but I was talking about the one that happened a few years prior. The Christmas parade. I forget where, but I know it happened.
When you factor in the misrepresentation, most likely approaches the 40 times number that I quoted earlier. So, in 2019, there were 560,000 violent interracial incidents between blacks and whites. 470,000 of them were black on white. Do you understand what that means? That's 85% here in the quoted numbers. 85% of
It's probably not the full numbers, because the full numbers would look a lot worse.
Racial violence is black on white.
Whether you're reading something, your big eye closes, like you're physically researching. It's because okay, so, let's see, I'm just gonna check VTube Studio. Yep, it's my right eye. It's my right eye that closes, and I look away. It's my right eye.
There are 171 million more whites in the country than there are blacks.
That's pretty normal for, like, a VTuber model. I'll tell you that, Arch.
Yet somehow, a majority of the crime is committed by blacks. We need to talk about it. It is a problem. If you feel uncomfortable, that's a good thing, because you should.
Good. I agree with you, Bo. If you feel uncomfortable, it's like finally, you feel like you actually want to listen. You're already having a response that tells me that it's like, good. This is making you feel something. I hate using this phrase, but let's unpack those feelings. Let's see why you feel the way you do, and then I'll try to convince you otherwise. Because the facts are on my side, not yours.
Should be uncomfortable. That is atrocious. That is a nightmarish statistic that should make everybody who hears it uneasy. We shouldn't sweep it under the rug like leftists do. We should not pretend it doesn't happen. Don't believe your own eyes. We shouldn't act like this.
Oh yeah, the gaslighting surrounding this has just been a whole other thing right there, which I'll discuss later during the Charlie Kirk segment.
Because you'll never solve this problem.
We
pretend we don't have one. It grows. It metastasizes like cancer. We've been pretending for decades that this isn't an issue, and it's gotten more violent, more aggressive, more hard.
Bro, psychically, I found it funny not pointing out some flaw. Yeah, it's just,
that they even have.
That's the thing. Even now with my upgraded setup, it's like, Just the kind of, just the jank of VTube Studio.
You name within the black community called YN that these young black men are of a whole different cloth altogether, extremely violent. They care about nothing. They will end your life over a word, a look, a simple exchange, a glance. How insane is it that they call themselves OGs, that they make it to their mid-20s as something, a name that's given to uncles and people of, 40s, 50s, 60-year-old is now, that is labeled for a 20-year-old, an achievement to survive this long. That is what black culture has become.
Wow. That's honestly really sad if you ask me. Again, it just shows that black culture is just, it's fucking sick. I don't know how else to describe it. It's sick. And again, listen to people like Malcolm Flex, like somebody who, he's a father. He's not divorced. He's raising his 2 daughters just fine. Listen to someone like him in regards to or hell, like my friend and fellow chatter Archaeosophy. He's also part black. Listen to him.
Today. And I know there's going to be people that are going to say, but
he also makes some pretty based YouTube videos. Go subscribe to him.
Not all. This is just a subsect. The problem is they have an outstanding impact on the rest. So you could say, well, it's only a small portion. Black men make up 7% of.
Yeah, I know your story, man. It's red pilling right there.
The population, 7%. Blacks 13% in total with women, but black men make up 7% of the population and commit 85%. Isn't that crazy? Okay, by raw.
And hell, when you look at crimes committed by women in this country, especially per capita, well, what did you know? Black women. As a matter of fact, it's not like I haven't complained about black women before. Yeah, they're some of the most trashy people I've ever met. But also, some of them, especially the Christians, the actual Christians, are some of the nicest people I've ever met. To be fair, that's essentially the West Africans returning to the roots of how they were in Africa. It's pretty significant. It was a pretty significant achievement to make it past your late teens and to make it past your late teens, early 20s in tribal sub-Sahara Africa, given all the things that could kill you, or other tribes that could enslave you. A good portion of us had to suffer this. Yeah, Dusty, I know you have to deal with this shit all the time. You have to deal with, no doubt, your black fatigue. Well, I think you and Archaeosophy are in a competition in regards to black fatigue, and Archaeosophy is part black.
On numbers, the young black males in particular are an order of magnitude more violent and more likely to commit crimes by any other group in the country. They're 5 or 6% of the population, but they commit the majority of murders. I believe it's 60% is what he quoted. 60% of the murders by only 6% of the population. We want to pretend that's not a problem. That's insane. And then the argument comes up, well, you should look at the crimes committed by whites as a whole. And then they'll say,
that argument falls flat on its face because, again, per capita. When you look at crimes on a per capita scale, especially with violent crimes, yeah, white people are on the lower end of that scale, if not the lowest.
Okay, well, whites are more criminal, more violent than blacks as a whole. And then you have to somehow explain to these people what the fuck a Venn diagram is, and then per capita. You understand?
They're too retarded to understand per capita. So many people tried to teach them per capita. The ones who are able to understand per capita, they're not stupid. Sloppy Floppy, Iron Man shoutout, Scurvy, preach it. Hey, how are you, Iron Man? Long time no see.
Per cap. Then they'll go, they always have to use this magic called per capita.
It's like, then they just stop with they have these thought-stopping cliches in their own mind. It's like, they have to use this magic called per capita, even though he just explained what per capita means, you fucking troglodyte. Let's see. No scurvy. All black women are great. Go sis. Slay. It's like the cell pleasure does not make you gay. Rant from Dreamy Bowl.
Here's what per
It's fucking
capita, I'll
stupid.
visualize it for you with a Venn diagram. I understand you're struggling because you probably graduated high school. If you graduated with a fucking...
They most likely here's the thing, either they dropped out of high school or they graduated quote unquote graduated. They basically had to be forced to pass, because if they didn't, they would look bad on school metrics. So yeah, we have either dropouts or quote unquote graduated, and I did unfortunately meet the graduated quote unquote type of people before. Guess what? It's primarily black people who fall in that category.
4th grade reading level, you were passed through simply the next 6 years of education or more, most likely, from the shitty school you go to that is also overly funded. This has been confirmed too.
Yes, let's not forget, but let's hear them out before I comment further.
That even some of the the underfundedness of schools has also been debunked. Actually, some of the ghetto schools, the urban schools that are struggling, have the most funding per student and still produce the worst outcomes. So
there's a reason why that's the case. It goes back to IQ. Like, let's see the comments. I dropped out, but for entirely different reasons than them. Sup, Scurvy? I'll be watching the VOD 2 hours behind, so good stream in advance. Alrighty. Feel free to catch up if you want to, Monarchical.
So if it's not a money problem, what is it?
Exactly. It's not a money problem. The reason why it's not a money problem has to do with the fact that, well, clearly, despite all the funding that they're getting, the results, that's very important in regards to these public school statistics. The results are not there. They just aren't. No matter how much money gets funneled into teaching these kids on how to take tests properly, or just, you know, teaching in general. And we're not even talking about special ed here. None of these NWAs are special ed. I had to go through special ed, and it was insanely expensive. There's a reason why it's insanely expensive. It shouldn't really be, but that's a whole thing for another day. But it has to do with just the fact that these people are just fucking stupid.
What's the first thing these kids put onto their heads and their earphones and press play on? Hood music, drill rap, degenerate fucking shows, degenerate shit on social media.
Oh, don't get me started on just all the shit that I've seen from black culture. Quote-unquote black culture. We're not talking about the Harlem Renaissance here. I love the stuff that actually came out of that era. That was, like, actually good shit. We're talking about, like, look, and I used to listen to a lot of rap music myself. I stopped. I kind of got bored of it. I prefer listening to, like, anime songs, you know, the Guilty Gear Strive soundtrack, and in terms of stuff I listen to in the shower now. I prefer to listen to, like, music with substance these days, and I just don't think, aside from, like, a little nostalgia kick or two here and there, I just don't see that, like, it being like good music. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. I think it emblemizes a lot of bad things about black culture. You know, murder, hookup culture, all the stuff that Bo listed prior.
Everything's about killing, selling drugs, doing drugs, having sex, whatever other criminal activities. You invade a person, a young person that's very...
Say the least. That shit actually did have an impact on me. Especially in regards to, you know, marijuana. I used to have a real problem with weed, in case you didn't know. I listened to black metal about World War I in history. Bass Dusty. That shit, despite some of its, you know, imagery, you could say, the value that you get from it is immense. That's why I love metal. You get so much value from it. They actually put thought into the lyrics. Like, and the lyrics, as violent as they could be, right? They do say something. They are actually trying to say something. And also the people who make the music are also very based themselves too. I mean, look at Slayer. Most of them are like conservative Christians. despite their songs being about like the end of the world. They are Christians.
Malleable to information. And you put that into their head nonstop.
Mm-hmm.
Nonstop every single day. Every day when they're done fucking around at school, not learning shit, they put that in and they listen to it. Watch somebody walk around with their phone on speaker because they probably can't even fucking afford earbuds. Listen to the absolute degenerate, ignorant shit that they're listening to. This ignorant hood shit. Hood boogery.
Look, as much as I love Trippie Redd, it's like I agree. Like, rap is degenerate. I don't think, it's probably exactly a good thing for a 14-year-old black kid to be listening to lyrics about popping Percocets. Let's see. Anyone who let's see. There's also that German band, for Schwanz, did a song about Samwise. Anyone who bigs up my favorite Hobbit. The guys I listen to are from Ukraine, and all their music is anti-war. The Nordics love metal. It's the most peaceful, and it's the most peaceful place on earth. Yes, I do know that. That is base as fuck. Because they betray the war as destructive. Metal and classical for the win. I love Beethoven too. Symphony number 9. Holy shit, it's my favorite symphony of them all.
Is constantly invading a young person's mind. What do you think that does to their behavior? When the messaging of the music is so negative, they then begin exhibiting negative behaviors. You are what you think about. If all you hear and think about is murder, killing somebody, selling drugs on the corner, trying to survive, busting caps in people's asses, that's what you attract in your life. Your mentality starts to ooze out in your behavior. We need to talk about.
Yeah, and they say, and keep in mind, in a lot of these rap songs, they are fiction. So the fiction is, fiction doesn't affect reality crowd. Yeah, that's kind of an L right there for you. Fiction does affect reality in ways that you can't even comprehend because you're too low IQ and you're too motivated in your own reasoning to even want to think about the fact that it can.
About the music. We need to talk about the messaging in the black community, especially towards young black men. We need to talk about the horrible statistics for black fatherhood.
Ooh, a dance macabre in the hall. Oh, wait, in the Hall of the Mountain King. I thought you were talking about King Crimson for a second. I fucking love King Crimson, dude. I can't play any of their songs on here because copyright, but I fucking love King Crimson, dude. If I'm in a mood and I just want to feel, it's like I just put on some King Crimson and I feel. Applied Virtue says, fiction can definitely affect the minds of the unwary. Absolutely, my friend, absolutely.
The fathers. And how did we get here?
I want to make
so much fatherlessness that black women are raising these kinds of men. These are pain points that nobody wants to say out loud. And if you do, you may only bring it up if you also have black skin because you have no right.
Yeah, have you listened to the full version of Court of the Crimson King? It's my favorite, but actually it's one of my favorites. My personal favorite King Crimson song is it's like epitaph.
Right, as non-black.
Confusion will be my epitaph. Okay, that's it. I can't sing much more. I don't want to get copyright struck.
To talk about some of these issues, as if we don't have fucking eyeballs, and we cannot see the statistics and the behaviors of people in the community.
Yeah.
Unreal. Here's your Venn diagram,
have good taste,
so you can
Dusty.
learn. Let's learn a little bit with Bo today. You're probably too busy loading up the mag with the switch to learn what this is. But here, I'll teach you. So this is criminals at the top. Don't worry about the bottom just yet. Let's hide that. Let's hide that like that. Okay? We got criminals here. So there are more white criminals, you see? Because there's more white people. So that makes sense. So when you look at
21st Century Schizo Man is good too.
This and you go, well, who has more criminals? Whites or blacks?
Let's get back
and
on
you
the
go,
topic.
Whites. And then they stop there. And they go, you see, white people are more criminal in nature. Okay. But when you factor in per capita, because there's 171 million more whites than there are blacks, and you do something called per capita person statistics, as a population size, you get the graph on the bottom. And
if you are unable to understand the graph, like just this image as a whole, don't fucking talk to me. You're too stupid to talk to me. Clearly you are unable to understand numbers. You are clearly unable to understand abstracts. Don't fucking talk to me. I want nothing. I don't want to hear your dribble. Your dribble, just, defiles my ears.
And so look at the giant circle of white people. This represents all of.
If you want to learn, if you genuinely want to learn, I won't consider that to be an assault on my ears. I think you want to actually learn about how all this works. Yeah. Like, then it's like, okay, we can achieve something with this. I could actually teach you something.
Of them. And this is the proportion, the population percentage that commits the crimes. And then this is the small 13% of America right here, the black. And then they have nearly the same amount of criminals overall as the entire white population that is per capita. Now, if you change this to murder, this Venn diagram looks worse. If young black
absolutely
males commit 60% of the homicides, there are more green dots in here than there are the purple. For a population this tiny, which you're seeing right here, this little tiny population is committing more than the giant one that is per capita. Welcome to Venn diagrams and per capita 101.
And that's basically it. And for many, many people, that's too much for them to grasp. This little chart right here is too much for them to grasp. That tells me these people should not be involved in politics in any flavor. Local, state, big government. They should not be involved because they do not understand statistics on a basic level.
This is a problem. I saw literally this exact stupid excuse on the comments of the last video. I don't want to.
I didn't always understand this stuff either. If you have the will and means, you could always learn. That's also very true, Autist. That's also very true. And that's why I remember actually one of my friends, EP Panda. She asked this question in regards to per capita, and she understands the concept. She has the intelligence. She's not retarded. Again, I'm not trying to trash talk her or anything. I'm just bringing this up as example. She wanted to learn. She had some hard time understanding it. Hell, I had a hard time understanding this too. This graph also taught me a few things or two when I first saw it. But it's like she understood it. So again, if people want to learn, they will learn. And that's 100% correct. If people want to learn, they will learn. But most people don't want to learn. They want to basically be stuck in their own head 24/7, and they don't want to admit when they're wrong. They lack humility. They lack a lot of things, actually. Integrity and intellect especially. But again, they're more stubborn than I, and that's saying something.
Fucking hear it. Let's talk about. I want to see people talk about how there was a GoFundMe that started for the guy, and GoFundMe deleted it extremely quickly because it would have been absolutely horrendous for the companies.
Good. I'm glad GoFundMe deleted that. I was worried that they wouldn't.
Optics to keep that up. Not before they raised $64,000 with the most disgusting mess.
What the hell is this?
What the fuck? What the fuck? 64,000?
Messages. There's already posts on Black Twitter. One of them said, "Clean up on aisle 7," right before he stabs her. This is a joke to some of these people.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I got one button that...
I am so sick of that stupid bitch! Blabbing prissy little skank!
That applies to way too many people right now. That button applies to way too many fucking people right now.
Here's what's going to happen. This simple. If the black community doesn't turn its back on the subculture that's completely regressed blacks as a whole, which is the hood, the gang banging, the thug life. I don't care what you call it. If you don't, the rest of society will turn their backs on you. Everybody will. By default, whether you're good or bad, already happening. The conversation is shifting rapidly in this direction, and there's only a small window to rectify this, which includes massive account.
It's a very small window, and they don't have a lot of time left. And keep in mind, just to let you know, my two best friends, they're black. I love talking to them about all sorts of different things that are on my mind, and also nerdy interests. Like one of my best friends, like, he knows how far right I am. And again, we could talk because we trust each other. We're able to talk about these subjects. I'd love to FaceTime him again soon and probably ask him in regards to some recent events. No doubt he'd probably say something similar to me, even though, I'd say he's a bit of the centrist type. It's fine, we get along. There's more to our friendship than just politics. No doubt he'd condemn something like this. He's actually a pretty smart guy, all things considered. But man, I wish there were more people like my two best friends. I wish, like, people who are intelligent, who condemn bad behavior, who want to better themselves, who have strong faith in the Lord. I wish there were more people in the black community like them. I think they're great examples, and not to mention some of the other people in the black community that I follow are also great examples who who follow in what I just outlined. I keep having to say that. It might seem like I'm trying to capitulate, but no, I'm not. This is something I genuinely believe in, so...
Accountability from the black community right away denouncing this, or life will get harder for all of you. And for the innocent ones that will get bunched up with a thug life, the Pookies, the Rayways, the Glocktavius and Stab Keishas, I truly feel for you. You're trying hard to make it out here. It's not fucking easy. On top of that, your own community oppresses you. You're surrounded by violence.
They say that white people are oppressing black people. No, it's other black. It's the low-life reprobates in the black community that oppress other black people who are actually trying to live a good life for themselves.
And if you do make it out, you have to literally make it out, as in get away from your own people. That is so fucked up. I truly do feel for those. You are surrounded by violent crabs in a bucket, and they will do everything they can to pull you down.
They're crabs equipped with Glocks and daggers.
You get made fun of for going to college. You get called a bunch of names for speaking proper. You get laughed at and mocked and ostracized for trying to get an education. Instead of...
Oh, hold on. OBS... Okay, OBS is being stupid. Okay, we're back. Apologies, I'm just gonna write in chat. Apologies for the accidental disconnect. Sorry, I had to list that out. Okay, yeah, we should be good. Okay, yeah, we're back. Apologies for earlier. Unless this is happening again. Okay, no, never mind. It's just my model. Okay.
Of bringing each other up, pull each other down. And if you're not in the hood doing street activities, you're less than, you're not as real as them. A real one. A real stupid one that ends up dead or in jail.
Yeah,
congratulations.
exactly.
Statistically, you will be killed in the streets by another black man. And it is a high percentage. Is that...
Exactly. Like... I know Bo didn't talk about the black on black crime rate. Have you guys seen that? It's fucking horrific. It truly is. It's bad. It's not good. And again, I've seen gang violence before on places like LiveLeak. It's horrific.
That what we're celebrating? The culture? Is that what the culture wants to be known for?
Yeah, the culture, quote unquote, wants to be known for just degeneracy, even though that's not what a culture should be. That's anti-culture.
The culture that literally kills its own I'm telling you, there is a small window here where a ton of black creators, and I've already seen them start popping up, calling this out. If the black community doesn't take full accountability for this and start policing their own, and didn't see nothing,
that needs to happen too.
See nothing. If that's going to remain part of the culture, there will be a time, and very quickly approaching, where the leftist liberals with their suicidal empathy will be cast aside by all the people that are being victimized.
Happens to the best of us. Yeah, that's also true.
By 6% of the population. And nobody will want to hear it anymore. Nobody will care about your socioeconomic factors. Nobody is going to care about your systemic racism. Nobody will want to be,
which doesn't exist, mind you,
around you. Nobody will want to risk being around you because you may get your throat slashed. You may get robbed. You may get shot in the face. There are so many things that could happen to you for no reason whatsoever. You got a hat on. You came back from your pizza shift. AirPods on, listening to your own music, minding your own business, and you could become the next victim. This is the reality, no matter what a liberal wants to say. There are hardliners on the right that are way worse than anything I've ever even said here. This is coming from a place of love. I grew up in Atlanta. I've seen the culture. I've seen my own friends.
Yeah, despite some of the things that I've said, it's like it is out of honesty. It's not out of like hatred. It's out of honesty. And I will say, this like if you're black and you're listening to this, I'm like, again, and if you're one of the smart ones in your community, and if you're listening to this, I truly do pray that you're able to do something to help out your community. I really do. I want the best. I truly do want the best for you. I want the best for your community. I don't want it to go down the path that it's going down. I truly don't. I also believe that that it's like you guys really do have to start condemning this shit. You really do.
I've had friends already dead. Some of my friends are dead from high school already. I went to a majority black school. I've seen it up close. I understand what gets pushed, what gets reveled, and what gets suppressed.
I didn't know that.
So this is just a fair warning because I don't like to see a people regress in such a manner. Be complete.
I think we get the point. I'll be right back, and then okay, I don't know why my model's glitching out. Did VTube Studio stop responding? Okay, okay, never mind. Okay. Sorry about all that, guys. I don't know why it's being retarded now, even though we went on about this long before. Anyways, I will be right back. I'm probably going to get me some more stuff to drink, and then we're going to talk about the Charlie Kirk situation. I think it's about time that we do. Anyways, I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I'm just gonna let Will. I'm just gonna let Will know. Alrighty. So here is what I'm gonna do. So before I am gonna see if Applied Virtue wants to join. So I'm just gonna message him on X. Have some fear. I am here. Hi AC. How are you? I'm gonna give a short. Then I can invite you on. So, before I have Applied Virtue on here, we're actually going to go back to the main stage for just a bit. Of course, I'm going to see if that's... Okay, yep. So, I'm going to just do a short little eulogy for Charlie Kirk. Let's have a bit of a moment of silence here. It's not going to be easy for me. I didn't exactly like him, so to speak. It's only now that I'm starting to kind of see what he was actually saying, and I do have some regret in how I talked about him before. But let's do a little bit of a prayer. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. I just wanted to say that Charlie Kirk, I might have not liked him very much while he was still with us, but now I see that he really did make a difference. He influenced a lot of young people to go down the correct path. I also think that Turning Point is gonna be very different without him. I don't think it's I worry about its direction. I also think, and most importantly, his wife, his two kids, their lives are going to be a lot worse now, and I find that to be really sad. I also think that I think that Charlie Kirk was a very good Christian. I think he did a very good job at spreading the gospel to people. I think his approach was very good. I might have not agreed with everything he had to say, but he was very good at wanting to talk to people. I think that desire alone is very admirable. I think that the fact that somebody wanted to kill him for what he was saying, it's truly awful. And that it upsets me greatly. And I'm glad that that I and so many other people were able to see what he was actually saying, see what he was actually trying to preach, and reflect, and in a way he kind of helped us reflect on what truly matters, and that's Christ, that's God. Kirk was very much he very much loved God. He loved Christ. He wanted to try to edify him in any way that he could. That's what I've seen. Even though in regards to the whole Israel issue, he and I would certainly disagree with that, but at least before the month of August. But I'm honestly, I didn't think I'd be feeling like this even during this, after kind of grappling the emotions of everything. It's like I'm so sad that this all happened. It didn't need to have happened. But, unfortunately, it did. Some evil motherfucker decided to commit quite one of the worst acts of political violence in recent history. That's all I got. That's all I gotta say. I didn't really pay much attention to his content except for some bits, but I have been paying attention to just the fallout of everything, and just it's so sad. It really is so sad. I'm I don't know what else to say, man. I'm just so I still am very mad that this happened. And just everything else that's been going on as of late. Especially the stuff that we covered earlier. But I also know that God loves us, and that through him, through him, things are gonna be okay. We don't need to be violent. We don't need to do anything extreme. The things that we need to do, we need to be more vocal about our beliefs, like how Charlie was. We need to not be scared to say our beliefs. And I know it's ironic that I'm a VTuber or whatnot. I just don't feel comfortable showing my face, but outside of the internet, I would very much be happy to. I'd very much be happy to. I realize now that I have beliefs that I'm willing to fight and die for because of Charlie. That I also realize, even though I've said prior that it's a yes, I would fight and die for them, but now with this happening, it's like I feel like I really should. At this point, I really should. But yeah. Thanks for the comedic relief, AC. But I think I am gonna cap off this eulogy in saying, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. I know you're gonna be in the care of our Lord. You've done so many magnificent things for the conservative movement, even though I disagreed with you here and there. I have to thank you. I really do. You were a young guy with a dream, and that dream's been fulfilled. And I'm very grateful that it has been. So rest in peace, Charlie. We'll pick up the microphone that you left behind, to the best of our ability. Amen. Okay, let's see. I know the chat's joking around here. Almost sounds like Scurvy is trying to be saved because he got some ops. I wouldn't say that. I'm a very small channel. At the end of the day, I'm a very small channel. I don't have half of the reach that Charlie Kirk... I don't have, like, half of the reach that Charlie Kirk does. I barely have a minuscule reach. But for me, it's more or less of just kind of seeing the good that Charlie has done and wanting to comment on that. It truly is just it's something else. It really is. But I'm gonna see if Applied Virtue is ready to join. Alrighty. I'm ready to have you on. Let's see. Okay, he's ready. Let's get Applied Virtue in here. Let's see. Archaeosophy says, I don't like knowing I've outlived someone like Charlie, born before, lived longer. I've tried to do things, but Charlie definitely did far more. I see. I see, Arch. Okay, yep, everything's good on my end. Just waiting for Applied Virtue to join. Alrighty, let's see, sorry, I'm just waiting. Okay, I'll wait a little bit. We definitely have a lot to go over in regards to, yep. Yeah, it was gonna be on Discord. It's like a voice chat, you know. Yeah, if you need to get like your mic or everything all set, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it's really sad. All he did was debate people who wanted to debate him. No one else was around on campus to see him drop from the roof. You're talking about the shooter, right? Yeah. I'm glad the guy was caught. I really am. I still have my hunches on the guy, but for now, I just want to say I'm really happy that he got caught. All right, calling Will. Oh, what's up, Will? How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay,
sorry.
we're all good. I can hear you too.
I was, for a moment, I was a little confused because I was hearing you in double because because I was watching the stream. I'm like, what?
That's fine. But
all right.
I'll let you start this off. All right.
Oh well. First off, can you hear me? Is my mic all right?
I can hear you. And of course, I do have my Discord volume settings to be the correct settings too. So the audience will be able to hear you as well.
How about now? This good?
Yeah. The other one was fine too. Both are fine.
Okay, yeah. So all right. So first off, I have to say, wonderful eulogy.
Oh shucks, thank you. I didn't think it was. I was worried that I wasn't doing very well with it.
It came from the heart, and that's something that we have to really go into today. It's like a lot of people are having second thoughts about Charlie Kirk. I know that last night I watched David Green, the distributist, stream on this.
I see.
And he talked about how, and one of the themes of his talk was that he had always dismissed Charlie Kirk as like a goober whose head was too big for his face, and that he was and disparaged him for like trying to debunk college kids on campus because he didn't really he didn't like that style, because that is the style that that sort of takes advantage of the lack of articulation and the lack of intellectual depth of your average college student.
I do get that critique, but at the same time, it's like these are people who did want to actually try to talk to Charlie Kirk. It's like I have a feeling those people were I have a feeling they actually were like pretty brave in a sense that it's like they wanted to actually they wanted to learn, as stubborn as they were. And keep in mind, I'm a stubborn son of a bitch myself, but as you know, as stubborn as they were, they wanted to at least understand their opposition. The people who were debating Charlie Kirk wouldn't want to kill him.
Well, here's the thing, right? The entire thing about how do I put this? The entire purpose of a university is to have those debates, is to have that kind of debate. And when you deprive it of that kind of hold on a second.
Alrighty. It seems like Will's having some technical difficulties. I'm just gonna quote Chronic here.
Sorry about that.
All good.
Okay, so where was I? The entire purpose of the university is to have that debate, is to have that.
Oh, you cut out there for a second. Muted yourself. Still having some tech.
I'm sorry, sorry. It's just like I keep getting interrupted. So the entire purpose of a university is to have that debate, to have that discourse, and it's kind of the reason why people like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro and all those other people, the reason why that kind of ask me anything format started popping up on college campuses is because this was trying to fill in a vacuum that was not really there. A vacuum, something that was missing, which was actual dialectic.
I see.
Actual dialectic. Like two sides interacting with each other in an intellectual manner. This is if you think about the what is central to Western civilization. It is Greek philosophy, and it's also Christianity. What did the early what did what was the beginning of like the apex of Greek philosophy? It was Plato and the Socratic dialogues. What was Christianity about? Well, you had Jesus going in and basically engaging in a lot of dialogues with people who disagreed with him, and as well as preaching. Yes, but that was what he and the early Christians did. They engaged in dialogue. They did not persuade people through force of arms, and they did not try to just wow people with miracles like they were magicians, although the miracles were very important in this dialogue as a means of sort of giving a divine stamp of approval to their arguments. They also persuaded, and they spoke like none had ever spoken.
Yeah, the early Christians were especially eloquent. I mean, you compare how I speak to how they speak, it's night and day. Those men were there's a reason why people look at them so fondly.
Yes, and they were very much willing to back up their beliefs.
Absolutely.
And you'll notice that the amount of intellectual fortitude, the intellectual rigor, sort of correlates with the amount of moral fiber, fortitude. The ability to endure suffering goes hand in hand with rationality. And the reason why is because doing what's comfortable it takes priority over truth and goodness. And once you have the mindset that pleasure and sins of the flesh are better than anything that is true, then suddenly dialectic becomes difficult. Actual dialogue with another person becomes difficult because really all you really want is to create an entertainment product. And don't get me wrong, you have on YouTube the thousands of hours of Liz-owned compilations all over the place. You have a VTuber model. We're all part of this entertainment medium.
Yeah.
But the thing is, what we're trying to recover is that tradition of engaging in dialogue and having that moral character, because that goes hand in hand.
Hey Will, I found an interesting post here that I think I'd want us to react to. So I'm just gonna pull it up real quick. Then I'm gonna share it. Move my model over a little, just a little over because we're gonna be going to another
Oh, you're
scene.
saying
But I have an interesting thing, an interesting little video from Charlie's wife actually that I'd like to show you. I think it's pretty poignant to kind of what you're discussing right now.
yeah,
I'm just gonna share it and then
yeah.
I'll play it for the audience.
I see someone in the chat saying, so you're saying Kirk is anti-Shapiro virtue? I don't think I necessarily say that. I think, Ben Shapiro is, well, he's a very smooth operator, let's just say. And he got onto this trend very much and popularized it in much the same way that Charlie Kirk did. These guys are all part of the same club, the same movement, and I think, I mean, there has been a tradition on the American right of engaging in dialogue with the left wing. You have it goes back to even William F. Buckley with the Firing Line show, where he would have on, he would have on leftist after leftist after leftist constantly. But what you find nowadays is that entire dialectic just isn't working anymore. And you have people on the right, some people they will say that dialectic is bad. Dialectic is bad. Dialectic is how the left wins. Dialogue is how the left wins because da 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 da. And thing is, that's only true if the other side is not really engaging in a good faith way.
I see.
And you find that the way leftists use dialogue, it's always in conjunction with coercion. Because if you think about,
you're onto
minutes,
something here. You're really onto something here.
Because if you think about, like, for 5 minutes, like a lot of these left-wing ideologies, like say Marxism, for example. What does Marxism teach? Marxists are materialists. They don't believe that there's anything about dialectic beyond economic circumstances. Our thoughts are a product of the class that we belong to. Different classes have different logics that are incompatible with one another. You can't have actual dialogue in a Marxist worldview. So why do you think that Marxists who believe this stuff and live and breathe this stuff get involved with their ideological enemies in dialogue? Why do you think they engage in that? If they do, if their own beliefs tell them that getting involved in dialogue is pointless, it won't lead to truth because different classes have different every one of your thoughts is a product of your class position, your economic class. So why do you think they get involved in like dialogue?
For the people who either it's that they just want to shove their propaganda down their throat, or for the people who are starting to realize that Marxism is just a bunch of bullshit. It's like they actually want to truly learn about their beliefs. I think it's either one of those two, at least in my mind.
Well, yeah. Well, what they're trying to do is they're just out there to spout BS, 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 BS. They're not really. They're using dialogue. They're using dialogue as a weapon against their opponents.
And they're not trying to argue anything. They're just trying to propagandize.
Exactly. And when you have someone like that on the other side of the argument, then yes, you can have some productive debates with people like that because, you can expose them, You can showcase like where their arguments falter, but you have to keep in mind that to people who do not believe in objective truth and goodness, arguing that with them about science or morality or whatever topic you want to talk about with them is pointless because
Yeah.
they do not believe in these things, and so
It's impossible to convince them of that, too. That's what I've started to learn as of late. It's like, oh my goodness, so many of these people, like, that are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, it's like, they have no interest in actually talking about anything and learning about why they're just so wrong in their position to just dance on someone's grave. Like, even for somebody like I know for me, like, I really don't like Hassan Piker, right? For me, I know if he were to like suddenly like die, it's like I don't like for me, I wouldn't be dancing on his grave, to say the least. I just wouldn't.
That's not something. See, that's not something that a Christian has as an emotion. Because we are called to love our enemies, pray for those who persecute you, and that is not the way of the world. So
Exactly.
For someone who does not have the Christ in their lives, they will hate, and their hate is often completely unceasing and irrational. But I'm not just talking about the psychological effects of these things, but also on an ideological level. These people do not believe in truth or goodness. They will flat out tell you that morality is subjective, everything is just truth is just a power play, and so on. If you have those people who believe those things and take that into dialogue are poison to the dialogue, because the entire point of dialogue is to reach truth. If you
Exactly.
come into the debate and you don't believe in truth, then what you're doing is you have an ulterior motive
Exactly.
to why you're going in there.
For me, it's like I want to learn about the truth. It's like I'm not going in there unless somebody is clearly acting in bad faith when they're approaching me. It's like I tried is like, okay, I actually want to try to understand your position. But if they're already going at me and just saying, and they're just being disingenuous or dishonest, so like, yeah, we're not gonna have an honest conversation here. I am more than happy to just completely annihilate you on your whole belief system. That's just me personally. Because they're being disingenuous, they don't want to learn the truth. And even if I try to go into it with good faith, it's like, okay, why do you believe that? Why do you think it's okay to dance on Charlie Kirk's grave? You know what I mean, right? But as soon as they start calling me like Nazi, it's like, no, I'm not a Nazi, I'm a monarchist. I'm just like, okay, yeah, you lost your chance with me.
Well, here's another thing too. There are.
Hi, Spectre. How are you? Sorry. I'll let you continue. Just had to say hi.
Hello there, Spectre. There are some moral positions that are so vile that to debate them, like to treat them seriously, is to invite moral corruption into the society that you have. Because okay, so this is something that people
do
like
explain.
Elizabeth,
I'm interested.
This is the position of someone like Elizabeth Anscombe, who is a very famous Thomist ethicist from the early 20th century. She actually wrote some very good critiques of President Truman and the dropping of the atomic bomb on Japan. And she also did some really good critiques of pacifism, but that's besides the point. Elizabeth Anscombe talked about how. So, one thing that you have to understand about and knowledge is that a lot of our knowledge of things is not explicit; it's tacit. What that means is it's something you put into words. It's something you put into actions. Think about how you can ride a bike, and you know how to ride a bike, but having to articulate to someone who doesn't know how to ride a bike, it's very difficult to do it with just your words, right? Most of our knowledge is like that. Our moral knowledge, for most people, our moral knowledge is like that. And someone who you're not going to, and so what this tells us is being a good person is not so much having the right opinions on things as it is having the right moral character. Having the right
absolutely.
Virtues. And so if you are someone who is like morally twisted, your mind is also going to be corrupted. And this is so if you have, let's say you have someone who, for the sake of argument, let's say that you have like an Antifa guy who sincerely believes that shooting right-wingers dead is the moral thing. His sincerity, the sincerity in his belief is precisely what makes him corrupt, because he genuinely believes this. Not like just some ironic thing. He's not riding a bandwagon. If he genuinely believes this, then that demonstrates a moral flaw in his character.
I see.
Even if he's willing to like debate it, as funny as that would sound, even if he's honestly willing to debate it, it's just he is that far gone. And what will happen is when you like honestly debate these things, like should we shoot right-wingers dead? That makes the position seem more reasonable than it actually is.
The fact that they're trying to rationalize it in the first place.
So you don't debate these things. You just do not
condemn them.
You don't exactly. And this also means that a lot of what makes it tricky is that when you live in a pluralistic society, people's like divided like people's limits, like what positions are too far gone to debate. That's going to depend on the context. It's also going to depend person to person. Like a leftist, for leftists, that is like their intuitive reasoning for why they don't debate right wingers. Their moral position is just too alien from ours, and so they don't want to make our position seem rational to the average person.
But say, Will, I'll let you finish your point, but then I want to show you this this video of Erica Kirk talking about what happened to her husband and how that's impacting her. But I'll let you finish your point first.
I guess if I had to finish my point is debate is not something that going back to what I said before. Debate is not something that is just completely ineffective. It's part of our tradition for a reason. At the same time, there are certain positions that cannot be debated. Because, and there are also certain people who, if they come into the argument believing that truth doesn't matter, goodness doesn't matter, and so on, the debate is less likely to actually go anywhere.
I see. But I do want to show you, but also the viewers as well, something that Charlie's wife had to say in regards to just everything. So this is Erica Kirk Let's take a listen.
When I got home last night, Gigi, our daughter, just ran into my arms. And I talked to her and she said, "Mommy, I missed you." I said, "I missed you too, baby." She goes, "Where's Daddy?" What do you tell a 3-year-old? She's 3. I said, "Baby, Daddy loves you so much. Don't you worry. He's on a work trip with Jesus, so he can afford your blueberry budget." And my goodness, am I so humbled to witness Charlie, you alongside Jesus right now, doing what you always want to do.
Oh my, wow! You guys can't see it right now, but I'm actually tearing up. Like, wow. I don't know what to really say in regards to that. Wow. Wow.
It's remarkable. It's remarkable how all of this seems to have brought us closer together, at least at the moment.
Yeah. I really hope that something like this actually keeps us together in Christ. I think that's the most important thing I could take from just all this. It's like I said this earlier in the stream too. It's like I think in Christ we can find healing. I think he is the best way to help us through this whole thing. Because for the first time in a while, every faction of the right wing is together. And I hope that even if it's just for a little bit longer, that we stay together and we could actually accomplish something through real means that is not violent.
Well, I mean, that is positive. I don't know.
I know, it's a bit idealistic, but
people are prone to that infighting and that kind of jockeying for positions, and what I'm hoping for though is that this is not forgotten. This is a genuine turning point in American
I hope so
culture
too.
and how the right wing interacts with politics, understands politics. I think that
100%.
I think that I'm hoping that this moment is remembered by the people on the right. They do remember this one moment where everybody grieved. But I mean, if nothing else, we ought to understand that dialogue. In my own way, how am I honoring Charlie Kirk? Well, I'm not someone who's going to make a hagiography for him, even if he was a great man. I do think he was a pretty good man in his private life, and I do also think he had a lot of virtues in the way he carried himself, and so in that sense, he's pretty good. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I did not think highly of him.
Neither did I.
Because
I have to agree with you there. I didn't think highly of him either, but now it's just, and also seeing some new information about him, it's just like, I was so wrong. I was so wrong about him. Like I feel bad that I wasn't like nicer when I was critiquing him, or a bit more graceful, I should say. I have to apologize.
I mean, if here's the thing though, if he is the considering like what he did for a living and how much he seemed to enjoy it, I've been watching a lot of his old debate videos, and he seems to enjoy the back and forth he gets with leftists. Considering how much he enjoys debate and dialogue with people who disagree with him, I think he probably wouldn't mind a good-natured ribbing here and there.
I see.
even if it's from someone to his right. I mean, the thing about this, I mean, the way I'm planning on celebrating. Well, how should I put this? Honoring him is the best word. The way I'm
Yeah.
going to be honoring is this Sunday. I'm going to be having a stream, having a live stream, my first in a while, where I'm going to be laying out the natural law argument for freedom of speech.
I see.
And,
especially for
freedom
someone
of
like me
speech,
who's not a
limits-
free speech absolutist. It's like that's going to be interesting.
Oh, no,
I don't
I'm
mind
not.
joining on for
I'm not
that.
Yeah. I'm not a free speech absolutist myself, so there's going to be a section. I already have it written up. There is going to be a section dedicated to talking about the limits on freedom of speech,
Yeah.
which include things like incitement to criminality, obscenity, blasphemy, and so on. These kinds of hardline issues. But I think someone like Charlie Kirk, what he reminds us is that dialogue is part of our tradition.
I see.
As much as we kind of cringe at the the whole free speech absolutism thing.
Yeah, the
And
centrist
to be fair,
libertarian type bullshit that is just like, oh, artistic expression, no limits, that kind of stuff, right?
I'm honestly thinking that kind of worldview is not going to last very long in this climate.
It's not.
Especially since we're seeing cancel culture from the right against people who are making fun of Charlie celebrating his death and so on.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be talking about that after. We're definitely going to be talking about those people who've been relentlessly ripping on him because he died standing up for his beliefs later on. That's for sure.
Yeah, because honestly, it's not a violation of the principle of freedom of speech to want there to be consequences for people advocating for violence. Because, again, I guess if we understand freedom of speech as being something that protects the sanctity of dialogue, then there's nothing that goes against dialogue more than violence. And violence is sometimes necessary, but you don't mix violence with dialectic. Those two are opposite means of getting to something, getting to what you want. You can either use persuasion or you can use violence. And unlike a libertarian, I would say both of those modes have their merits, but it's dishonest to try to sort of combine the two, as though it would be like reaching out with your hand to shake a friend while holding a knife behind your back. It's not. It actually
hold on. OBS disconnected again for just a little bit. Okay, yeah, we're back. We're back.
Okay. As I was saying, I'm going to be going into the origins of the whole idea of violence, that kind of rhetoric, and spoiler, it's more of something I'm currently researching, but spoiler warning, it's got a pretty long-nosed origin, if you know what I mean.
Oy vey!
Yeah, I mean, it's my favorite leftist group, Frankfurt School, actually came up with it.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
They just, it's just that the modern left took it and made it even gayer. If that's not,
that
keep
makes
in mind
sense.
the guy who And keep in mind, the guy who came up with it, he he came up with like he is like the main grandfather of the LGBT movement.
Oh,
Herbert Marcuse.
Yeah,
So,
I know who Marcuse is. I despise him.
yeah. I mean, he had a lot of. What you have to understand about these leftist types is, you have a lot of really good ideas that come out of these guys because these guys are actually serious academics. But the problem is the ideas they come up with are poison to dialectic. And so if you look at it's no wonder that their descendants are intellectually stunted.
I see.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny though, but one of his doctoral students was Paul Gottfried, though.
Oh,
which is very funny.
I feel like I've heard that name before, but feel free to explain.
Okay, Paul Gottfried is a Jewish man, but he's also a very prominent American paleoconservative. So he's very right wing. He actually is the one who, alongside Richard Spencer, coined the term alternate right.
Let's see. Satanar says they evolved from poisoning wells to poisoning people's minds and spirits. Based.
I think I'm not. Look, the entire poisoning minds and spirits. That is something that Paul Gottfried talks about. He has a lot of really problems of multiculturalism in immigration. He got written out. I think it says here he got it. He said, it says here, interviewed in 2017, he said National didn't throw out anybody because they were racist, but alleged that it and the conservative movement had been captured by interest supportation and so he's not exactly. So he's not exactly a. The point is he is. I mean, if Herbert Marcuse is godfather of the T movement, Paul Gottfried is the godfather of the alt-right. He's very much. He's very old though. he's very old. The last time
I
saw him, so I'm not sure what he. I'm pretty sure he's still active in the podcasting scene. He has a small podcast.
I see.
But he take a look at his work sometime. He actually has some.
Send me the name. I think you cut out there a little bit when you did.
Oh, Paul Gottfried is his name.
Let's see. Feel free to type it out. Paul Gottfried. Gotcha. And just
very Jewish name, by the way. Like he
yes. I can tell.
He's Jewish. I mean, I don't have anything against like the Jews, but the thing is, you have to be a lot of Jewish people, especially the ones in America, have had some really bad ideas, and
yes,
we have to be honest about critiquing them, and not get caught up in, not get caught up in saying, "Well, how dare you be anti-Semitic? How dare you be racist?" and so on. Those are just buzzwords. People are going to throw at you, no matter what you say or do.
Yeah.
So you just keep on powering through. You just keep on being honest.
Yeah.
And keep on like being honorable, really, in the face of things. Like I'm going to, I am going to personally. I mean, I personally have gotten some ideas from the Frankfurt School and that quite frankly were misused by them. Really, it's like
That's
let me put
honestly
it to you
something. That's honestly something interesting that you mentioned. It's like I've heard before that it's like a lot of like certain ideas in regards to evil. It's like they were just used by evil people. Like some of the ideas, it's like okay, if you want to achieve something, you start off with a small plan with a small group of people. Then you escalate, right? You could use that for good. I wonder what the Frankfurt School said that they just used for evil instead of using it for good.
well, I mean, a lot of their ideas about repression, which devolved into the idea of words are violence. A lot of that concept was sort of absorbed into something like neo-reaction, where you have the idea of the cathedral that maintains the frame,
AC, send a screenshot.
That maintains the frame of society. There's actually I think I mean the quote that Herbert Marcuse has on this is completely cursed, though.
I see.
Let me bring this up because I had it in my video on Smash JT, where I compared Smash JT's views. He says the small and quote, the small and powerless minorities which struggle against the false consciousness and its beneficiaries must be. Their continued existence is more important than the preservation of abused rights and liberties, which grant constitutional powers to those who oppress minorities. It should be evident by now that the exercise of civil rights by those who don't have them presupposes the withdrawal of civil rights from those who prevent their exercise, and that the liberation of the damned of the earth presupposes suppression not only of their old but also of their new masters, withdrawal of tolerance from regressive movements before they can become active, intolerance even toward thought, opinion, and word, and finally, intolerance in the opposite direction, that is, toward the self-styled conservatives to the political right. These anti-democratic notions respond to the actual development of the democratic society, which has destroyed the basis for universal tolerance. The conditions under which tolerance can be liberating and humanizing force have still to be created. When tolerance mainly serves the protection and preservation of oppressive society, when it serves to neutralize opposition and to render men immune against other and better forms of life, then tolerance has been perverted. And when this perversion starts in the mind of the individual, in his consciousness, his needs, when his heteronomous interests occupy him before that he can experience his servitude, then the efforts to counteract his dehumanization must begin at the place of entrance, there where the false consciousness takes forms, or rather is systematically found. It must begin with stopping the images which feed this consciousness. To be sure, this is censorship, even pre-censorship, but openly directed against more or less hidden censorship that permeates the free media.
That's honestly really interesting. But
you can see a clear line through this line of thought to words cause violence. Although he would probably word it as words are counter-revolutionary. Words are counter-revolutionary.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
It's like because he's what he's talking about here is the idea of the pretense of a free society where the frame is set before debate is had, and how anything that is not within the frame is labeled intolerant and intolerant even get to the door. And so he's saying we have to be intolerant.
I see.
And so that is the mindset that has driven since the 60s. This is like one of their top. This has been one of their top intellectuals, by the way. It's like when you see this, you also understand that also have this idea started to emerge independently in something like neo-reaction, with the idea of Curtis Yarvin's The Cathedral, or the and by the way, people like to call it like the synagogue and whatnot, and I get the joke, but cathedral.
I get it. I get it. I know what you're talking about too. I am somewhat
Yeah.
familiar with Yarvin's theory on the cathedral.
Yeah, but the idea of the cathedral is that what we have to understand is that the state is a replacement for the church in modern ideology. This actually is the case. Like what the Protestant Reformation was in a nutshell, what the Enlightenment was in a nutshell, was replacing a project where you, in the West, where you replaced Christianity with the state, where you replaced the state, the church, with the state. And that's secularism in a nutshell. That's Protestantism in a nutshell. That's liberalism in a nutshell. And what has happened over time is just that state's ideology has shifted to become better and better at controlling people.
I see.
But it has also become, but as we're now witnessing, it's also become more deranged as the quality of person has degenerated. Well, say what you will about Herbert Marcuse. I think you're right that he probably was not. Oh, okay. Well, let me put it to you this way. I don't think debating him.
Oh, it wouldn't get anywhere. It wouldn't get anywhere. We value completely different things. Like, and I understand that it's like, clearly this guy values different things. But even if I were to argue things in his framework, it's like I don't think I'd be able to get across to him at all. But wait, before you continue, I will say I will continue with the rest of this segment soon. But feel free to finish your point.
Yeah, sorry for going on a tangent.
No, you're good. You're good. The audience loved it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. What we have to understand is leftism has took on ideas that were developed by smarter leftists in the past, but their consequences have created of what we have now. Rotten tree, rotten fruit. That, and what we have to do is sort of what we're having to do is go through a long process. It does start with dialectic, but it also has to. The dialectic can't include everything, and that includes a large. I mean, the first set of people we ought to exclude from the dialectic, basically the people celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination.
I see.
We don't really need them in the dialogue.
Let's see.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I gotcha. Let's see. Saltanar says the evidence of that Protestantism Enlightenment link can easily be seen in the clear propagandization of the Protestant Reformation by New Age thinkers for the 1800s. And how such propaganda is taught as history even among non-Protestant societies. And AC says, mute your keyboard. I can't mute my keyboard. It's not mechanical. It's membrane. And Saltanar continues, for example of this propagandization, Martin Luther didn't do half the things attributed to him. He didn't nail the 95 Theses to the church door, for instance. I did not know that. I did not know that.
There's also this apocrypha attributed to Luther, where he says something like, I think it was from it was showcased in a movie, and it said something like, until I'm, let's see, what was the exact quote, until my, where was it? Unless I am, let's see, where was this? Unless I am convicted by scripture and plain reason, I do not accept the authority of popes and councils, for they have contradicted each other My conscience is captive to the will of God. I cannot and will not recant anything, for to go against conscience is neither right nor safe. Here I stand, I cannot do otherwise. God help me. Amen. That is not a quote that, that's a quote attributed to his defense his speech in 1521. That is apocryphal, as far as I can tell.
I see.
He never said that. But it appeals to the liberal mindset. And do you want to know who among like one of the first people to I think there was a book called Gay Berlin, which talks about this history of the homosexual movement. The author said that the very first man, the very first openly gay man, Karl Heinrich Ulrichs, was inspired by Martin Luther, this idealized version of Martin Luther.
AC is right. I have been learning a lot from this. I really have. Every time I have you on the call, like, I learned so much. Like, it's really appreciated.
Well, here's the thing, right? It wasn't the actual video he was getting this from. It was like liberal, Protestant, Enlightenment twisting of Luther that comes down to us in a apocryphal way. You know, it's like this idea of the man standing against society. Even when society says, I will stand convicted by my I will stand unless scripture tells me. And that kind of mindset is mindset that inspired Karl Heinrich Ulrichs, the very first openly gay man, the person who first formed the gay identity as we know it today.
I see.
Yeah, gay identity comes from the 1800s, as far as I can tell. It's not something that goes back in history. There have been like homosexual, inclinations in the past, but it was never an identity until that point. You can look this up. I'll give you like a link to the book.
Yeah, feel free to do so. Though I'm gonna take a bit of a. I will say thanks for coming on. It's really appreciated. The audience loves you. I will say I am gonna continue on with the rest of what I had planned. But thanks for coming on, though. I'm just gonna take a small break, and then I'll get back to what I was gonna do. But once again, thanks for coming on. I don't mean to make it seem like I'm kicking you off or anything. It's just I just took a look at the time, so
I'll need to go. I meander a lot, but
nah, you're good. I appreciate it. I didn't want to stop you while you were making your point. So, and it was a damn good one too. But thanks for coming on. I'm just gonna take a bit of a short break, and then we'll resume with the segment. Again, thanks for coming on.
Take care.
You too. Alrighty, I will be right back, and then we will continue. I'm just gonna probably grab me another shot, because why not? Okie dokie, I am back. Let's see. There's a lot of strange things about Charlie Kirk's death. Good recommendation. Great video. That was a great video. What was the video? Let's see the video. Okay. 8 myths about Martin Luther and the Reformation by Shameless Popery. I see. I'll take a look at that a little bit later. But for now, we have a video here from Undead Chronic, my Kamiyoshi, on how Charlie Kirk died. Let's see. Are there, or does the right just want it to be?
Charlie Kirk died of major penetrating trauma to zone 1 of the neck. He was shot by a rabid, hateful leftist on the 10th of September.
That is true.
Today. And probably shot with a rifle, at least a .223, it looked like. The video is very graphic, very gory. I'm not going to show it because this is the clip for YouTube. I'm just going to talk to you about how Charlie Kirk died. Okay? So, when I say he's shot in zone 1 of the neck, what does that mean? Here are the zones of the neck. Basically...
So, looks like Chronic is going to be talking a bit more about the biological aspect of it. I'm going to see if I could skip around. If not, we might skip it. If it seems like it's going to, yeah, it seems like it's just going to be the biological stuff. I'll send the video link, not to disrespect Chronic or anything. I'm just going to send the link to the video. I think it's informative if you want to learn about biology, but I think I probably should have seen a little bit of this before I reacted to it. But let's focus more on some of the people who responded to the whole thing. So this is from Legion of Men. This is from a day ago. This is the Charlie Kirk assassination and the reaction from the left. Let's take a look.
When the left tells you who they are, believe them.
Sure. And here is something rather important, right? The left. I want to say this before we continue further. Leftists, understand that so many of your political persuasion are celebrating this. Understand that the consequences of your own celebrating this, while you're not disavowing them, the consequences are going to be rather dire. And I'm not saying that it's me or anybody else in this chat are going to be committing anything violent. No, far from it. I encourage people to, speak out in their own way in regards to this injustice of Charlie Kirk's assassination. I think there is a lot of value in peaceful resolutions. I also, albeit the resolution in that regard, it's like I don't think it's going to be, leftists are going to be listening to us all of a sudden. I think they are going to have to learn. And they are learning the hard way already. They are losing their jobs. They are being doxxed. Real consequences are coming out to these people who decided to mock to dance on Charlie Kirk's grave. Real consequences are already going out. I believe I actually have something here. In regards to I know it's just a bunch of VTuber bullshit, but I think it's relevant here. So Sakana finally decided to post something after people were asking him and FaZe Connect PR on what to do about Kaminara Clara, and so he finally posted something, and so many people are just saying fire Clara, and people agree. So let's take a look at what Kaminara Clara actually said in regards to Charlie Kirk's assassination. Kerupani, that is verifiably Kaminara Clara's alternate Instagram account. Couldn't have happened to a more deserving person, to be honest, but this level of political violence feels so dangerous. No rights were ever won without violence. How hilarious. How hilarious, says the whore posing in Japanese horror magazines. The left in America needs to remember that the Second Amendment also applies to them, for now. And it was literally created for this exact reason. Oh, fuck you, whore. Fuck you. I know I'm being a bit harsh right now, but I think it's necessary. She has been getting flamed out the ass for this, and rightfully so. I wish, let's see. I wish, Ong Zelig had actually become a series. Sakana was still too busy dealing with his Azure Lane from 5 years ago. That's funny, Pickle, that's funny, but still, that's no excuse to see what one of his talents is saying in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's unacceptable, if you ask me. And I agree with some of the comments. Tell Pippa, tell Lumi, tell Tenma, tell Mari, they'll fucking eat her. Let's see. No, don't tell them. Let management take care of it. If they don't, we know where they stand on this. Oh, I see. That's something else. But let's continue. I'm not gonna say it. Fucking hell. And he said death penalty should be public, should be quick, it should be televised. I think at a certain age, it's an initiation. What age should you start to see public executions? Kirk asked. Whore, you are a special kind of evil. You love taking out of context quotes and trying to twist them for your own fucking agenda. You are sick in the head, and I hope you get fired from FaZe Connect, and I take your spot. How does that sound? I know, I'm using my own little inside joke, but I'm actually being serious here. I fucking hope I take your spot, because I value the lives of the reposed a lot more than you do. You don't deserve to be part of any VTuber organization if you're saying shit like this. And keep in mind, I think one of these comments here is from her artist? So her artist is also a piece of shit. My artists aren't. I mean, I know at least with one of them, I do have a little bit of a conflict, but I'm not going to outright say that she's a piece of shit. Oh, man. But anyways, that's just one of many examples of leftists being fucking deranged in all this. Let's continue.
Show me where it says that.
Oh, wait, we gotta get to the right tab. Sorry.
The protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
When they go low, we kick them.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and ring her now?
Let's see. Pipkin Pippa will use her Argarthan Yakubian Medicare powers to banish the 304 into the lower depths of Gehenna. Pippa's not that right wing. In case you didn't know, Pippa's not that right wing. I don't think she likes what her coworker said. I don't know if she'd be going that far though.
Biggest terror threat in this country.
She's actually kind of left.
White men.
Yeah, Pippa's
most of them radicalized right up to the right.
I think Pippa's funny. She just doesn't like all the woke gay shit that she probably voted for.
Thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
What if the shooter is a time traveler and Kirk needed to fall for America to be saved? Oh boy. I don't think anybody needed to have died for America to be saved. That's my personal opinion. It's extremely unlikely. It's like a negative percentage chance that he's a time traveler. Yes, but she's a Medicare fangirl. I think I have a feeling she probably likes when Medicare takes down lolcows, not when he talks politics.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face!
When was the last time?
I wonder what that Jew means when he says punch people in the face. I wonder. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to mute it.
The president.
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
Oh my goodness.
Look.
Wonder what that meant. You know, even with the cartoon bang gun, I wonder what that meant. Pointing it at Donald Trump. Wonder what they mean by that. I wonder if they mean all conservatives.
Character is stabbed to death.
Where is John Wilkes Booth when you need him?
Jews! Jews!
That's it right there. Pull it up.
I have thought an awful lot.
I wonder how many of these people are part of the Talmudic tribe. I wonder.
About blowing up the White House.
And again, for context, these are various people, you know, having said stuff prior to what happened to Charlie Kirk's assassination, and people who are, you know, celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the context. Rexus says, Vivzy Pop made an inappropriate joke about her character, Moxie, taking out Charlie Kirk. Very inappropriate, and my Puritan was rightfully pissed, even though he didn't really look like Charlie Kirk. Medicare is a Yakubi.
Missouri State Senator is under investigation by the Secret Service after saying she hopes President Trump is assassinated.
I will go and take Trump out tonight. And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store.
This was from back in 2020. I remember this clip. I remember all the shit that Maxine Waters said. She should not be in office right now. I hope she isn't. I pray to God that she isn't.
At a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome.
Oh, how is this not an incitement to violence, huh?
Anymore, anywhere.
And sadly, the domestic enemies to our voting system and our honoring our
Fuck
Constitution
off, Pelosi. I hate you.
Are right at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. And that should be, everyone should take note of that on both levels, that this is...
Okay, I want to ask you guys something. So, even though this is only a 2 minutes in, okay, I want you I want to ask you guys this. For the average normie, somebody who really shouldn't be involved in politics, they should not be left, right, or whatever. They should just be going to work, going home, taking care of their family. If they were to see this shit on the mainstream, what direction would they go? What would they do? What's the natural endpoint of this kind of rhetoric? Seriously, I need to ask you guys this. What is the logical endpoint of the punch your local fascist or punch your local Nazi or all this Trump bad rhetoric? What's the logical endpoint of that?
They're not going to let up, and they should not.
If you think we're rallying now, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing a bunch of people who are just dancing on the grave of Charlie Kirk. Do you see how evil these people are?
Everything that I've heard, praise the Lord. Worship Christ with the
These people are happy about this. And even among my own family members, they are sad. They feel this was wrong. He shouldn't have been killed. I'm glad that they feel that way, that they have humanity in them, that they're able, even though they don't like him, they're able to see that this was wrong. This is clearly wrong. And look at this fucking caption right here. Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. God is good. God is great. No! No, God does not condone this shit. I hope God punishes you for doing this shit. You deserve to be punished.
of your portions. I know I won't forget all he's done.
AC, I don't think you quite understand what Sheffa was saying. It's like, all of us here in this chat, we are all Charlie Kirk. Again, Charlie was the moderate. He was keeping people like us contained. He like, truth be told, he was. He was doing all, like, he was the moderate. And they killed the moderate. What does that mean for us in this chat? Should I join? Because I have something about these people a few hours ago. Yeah, Rexus, if you want to join. I'm just going to call you on Discord right now. Hi, Rexus, how are ya?
I'm doing well.
That's good to hear. I'm just going to share the screen on the YouTube video. Yep. Yeah, I can tell there's a lot of Pac-Man stuff on my feed, that's for sure. Anyways.
But still, but yeah, I'm going to be, I'm going to be fucking honest here. I said this on my Rumble exclusive. You do
Go
not
ahead,
debate
say it.
with demons. You never debate with evil. And they are the proof.
Hey, dude, 100% correct, man. 100% correct. You can't, like, I said this before too on, I'm just gonna stop the video for a second. I am going to, I'm just gonna go through my own profile for a second, and just kind of look through.
Now, of course, there was this one thing I said on Rumble, but I can't exactly say it on YouTube, but basically
put it in the advertiser-friendly version.
And ends with human. Yeah, it just ends with that, but still, that's what I said. You never debate with demons. Because I did say it in the video. Because when you do, you are basically asking to be killed. And look what happened to Charlie.
Yeah, exactly. So, Rexus, I'm gonna share to you the post I wrote on X on September 10th. So I said, reminder for y'all: history never stopped, or history has never stopped. It's acceptable to use force to those who use force against you. The time for talk is long past. Stop trying to reason with demons. I firmly believe this. The reason, especially now, it's like the demons are actively trying to be even greater pieces of shit, trying to rile people up. However, it's best just not to engage with them. They're not worth engaging with. They just aren't.
Yep. Like, I mean by, if you ask me, and of course it will sound mean to these people, these demons, treat them like they have the plague. Avoid them at all costs. That's what I say.
Exactly, my friend, exactly. But let's continue. It gets worse from here.
A win is a win. A win is a win.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Okay, what y'all say? A win is a win.
Siri, please.
Do you notice something about these people?
By Lil Durk, featuring new
darker
artist
skin color.
Charlie.
Yeah.
Again?
Yeah.
There's a reason why I kind of became. There's a reason why I kind of became a bit of a white identitarian.
Yeah, and something else I'll tell you too, before you go deep down in that path. So many of the black Orthodox Christians that I see just posting it, condemning this shit. It's like, I'm glad, I truly am glad that they're doing that. I'm truly glad that they are condemning this shit and that they're trying to hold their own to account.
And that's because they actually believe in something that gives them morals. That they actually believe in a faith.
It's greater than race. It's greater than their own race. Again, Charlie, like they don't see Charlie Kirk as a white man. They see Charlie Kirk as a brother in Christ. They see him as somebody who is, who is on their side, who actually cares about them even when you look at the racial level. Like, just because somebody says it's like, the crime statistics or whatnot, it's like, does that mean that that person doesn't care? It's like, clearly that person cares because they're trying to actually talk about real issues that are happening in that community.
Oh yeah.
I hope these people are never able to be hired.
Oh yeah,
Looks like the hate
but
speech
still,
finally
we
caught
all
up.
kind of know the reason why these types tend to have those darker skin colors, and that's because we all know why. Ever since the 1960s, they've been propagandized into thinking this way.
Yeah. I'd say it's
Like,
more
like
like,
ever
I'd say
since,
it's more
like
like
I mean, by ever
the
since.
80s or the 70s even.
No, it like started all the way back in the 60s. Case in point, when you take a look at it, the quote racist white people were really just a small minority. But then people like Malcolm X and MLK came along and started to exaggerate that. And guess what?
Yeah.
They were known racists. No, wait, I shouldn't say racist, as that one is a Trotskyite term. I would say supremacist. Really, they were known supremacists.
You actually absolutely have a point there. Like, I know, did you know that MLK's I Have a Dream speech was written by a Jew? I forget his name.
Doesn't fucking surprise me.
But it was. And the thing is,
yep, like I mean by even people like Eric July, if you take a look at some of his older Twitter posts, you can tell that he's a bit of a fucking ethno-nationalist when it comes down to that shit.
Yeah, but I don't think the black nationalists realize that it's like America is not a black country. Like, it was found, like, I'm sorry that Jews brought you over here so you could be enslaved by other Jews, but it's like, this country is not yours. You are at best a guest, and I hope that, and there's an expectation for that. Even if you have residency, it's like, some of the smarter black people understand this, right?
Oh yeah, they do.
But let's continue.
But old Charlie Kirk.
We have a lot to go over here, my
Charlie.
friend.
I just got a push notification that Charlie Kirk, was shot.
Let's see. Will says black nationalism is a huge part of modern black culture. Absolutely, 100% correct, my friend. 100%
Oh yeah,
correct.
but still, like, this kind of reminds me of something that happened like fucking 2 days ago. In that said server I told you about with my Canadian friend. The fucking spoon there, when he heard about it, said good, and of course even one of the leftists in the server deleted the message saying no, that is inappropriate.
Wow, that's something right there.
And my Puritan friend, he did say something radical in response to the troon, but it's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just let him say what he wants.
I see. Let him make a fool out of himself, huh?
Yep.
I see.
A university in Utah, I believe it was Utah Valley, and when I read it said that they believe that he was shot in either
I hope
the side
that every
of the head
single
or
one
the
of these
neck or
people
something like that.
in these videos that are being shown gets fired.
Yeah.
I hope so.
What is it that they say?
I hope so, but there's a bit of me that thinks that will never happen.
I remember.
Many people have already been fired. I should let you know that. Many people have already been fired because they were, like, again, they were dancing on the grave of Charlie Kirk.
Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, who knows? Perhaps that's just me being pretty much uber pessimistic.
I see. Honestly, I don't really care if this segment gets copyright struck. I mean, we're pausing in between, so it's like, people can still hear our commentary. Sheffo says, Scurvy, stop assuming these people have jobs. They're black. Of course, that was eventually going to be said. I was expecting Archaeosophy to say that, not you, Pickle. But then again, I know you're part Somali, so I guess that makes sense.
That's all I know. Been in and out of prison for a while. I know. Grew up in the ghetto.
The red hair, the fucking red hair.
Yeah. Fat leftist dancing to. Oh man. Yeah, if any of those black people are on welfare, their welfare should be cut. That's fair too. I mean, that's like work at a job, at least to them.
Charlie Kirk got shot and killed. How do you feel?
This is what.
Happy goodbye.
So this is what
happy goodbye.
This is what Uncle Ruckus said. And the very thing that strikes fear in the hearts of Negroes, a job application.
Yeah, the Boondocks was so ahead of its time. Like, even, do you know who its creator was?
Probably some leftist.
No. He was not a
somewhat smart.
He was not a leftist. He was not a leftist. He was a black conservative. He was very much preaching. It's like, yeah, you guys have, you guys have to fix your shit. That's what he was saying. Like, he was not just the creator of the Boondocks. He was a comedian too. Like, I know Aristocratic Utensil mentioned the creator of the Boondocks in one of his videos in regards to like black fatigue in South Africa. And he's 100% correct.
I honestly didn't even know that part because most people kind of said that the show was pretty left-leaning, which yeah, I can somewhat see due to its timing and how it released back in the 2000s during the Obama era.
Oh yeah, but this was like way before the Boondocks. I'll tell you that. This speech was like way before the Boondocks. But yeah, still, he's like, again, it's even when the Boondocks was airing, like there were some more left-leaning stuff in there. I don't deny that, but at the same time, it's like he was very critical of just all this shit that's going on in the black community, and he still is. I believe he still is critical to what's going on in the black community to this day. Like, again, he's a very smart guy.
Yep.
Again, there's still some television standards or whatnot.
Yep, he is of what I would label as an exception to the rule.
Oh, absolutely. Self-awareness, self-awareness, successful career, very much an exception.
Oh yeah, the one that even racists will like, and I mean there are some stories of
Rexist.
Of like fucking skinheads actually defending some of their black friends. Yeah, there are like stories of that.
Sheffo says the Boondocks was a comedy first, and the political commentary always came like fourth or third. Yeah, that's honestly true. It's like, my favorite moments of Uncle Ruckus are primarily comedic, not necessarily the political commentary stuff. It's like, it's the comedy. Like, yes, I'd rather be mowing lawn. I'd rather be mowing a white person's lawn for free than mowing Noir's lawn for money. Like, stuff like that, you know? But anyways, let's continue. I know Archaeosophy wants to get a turn, so let's keep going for a little bit.
Did you see that Charlie Kirk just got shot?
Let's not
and killed?
give him that turn.
Wow, that's good. That's good that people are getting shot just off a political view. Good that people are dying in America.
Keep pressuring these faggots too.
Did you see that Charlie Kirk got shot and killed today?
Yes, I did.
How do you feel about that?
I don't really have any feelings about it. Who are
yeah,
you?
he looks like a fucking
Charlie Kirk got shot
fag.
and killed.
He speaks like a fucking fag, and he's so fucking ugly.
Hardcore faggot.
Today, we're just getting people.
Oh, it's a Chosenite.
Probably eat it too.
Rexus, it's a Chosenite.
Girl, someone had to do it. And that's how I feel.
Oh my god,
it
looks like No. Oh my fucking god, is that Chris motherfucking Tyson?
Wow.
At this point in time. But
yeah, I appreciate your honesty, I truly do. So you said someone had to do it.
It really does.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Try not to get all pulled up into that, but he was a misogynist. He was
he was a misogynist, guys. That makes it justifiable, according to this whore right here.
Disgusting person with disgusting beliefs.
So if you had a magical wand,
one of these days when they do see an actual abusive misogynist, one that will be physically abusive, and they will call him out, no one will believe them. Why? Because even though, yes, the whole entire Boy Who Cried Wolf fairy tale is a fairy tale, it's based in reality.
There's a lot of truth in it.
Yep.
I mean, look how often it keeps on happening.
Every single damn time.
Yep.
The right. I love the right. I love all of you guys. Thank you.
In my opinion, I think they're gonna flip it and say the other way. But I think the left has disputes so much hate and brainwashed so many people into doing stupid this. But they're gonna flip it and see, oh, he was so hateful, and he spewed all this hatred.
This guy's smart.
Yeah, they're gonna say. I've already
do you
seen-
notice how the actual smart people in this are guys? Like, aside from that one, like, yeah, they actually look normal.
Like men, and they look like and they look like that they're normal. Yeah,
they got slimmer stomachs than me, so there's that.
Nah. In comparison to them, I make them look obese.
You're probably a twig, huh?
Oh, yes, I am.
I've already seen people saying
142 pounds.
He spews all this hate. And
Damn.
they're gonna say because the hate he spewed, he should have gotten.
I'm like 80 pounds heavier than you.
I think what liberalism has done to your society, it's just
You
led to a complete moral decay.
probably crush me
decay
just
of
by
morals
one
and just
single hug.
Any semblance of
I can,
humanity.
and I have.
Just degrade people because
hug.
you're.
I can and I have with girls around your weight.
Yep.
Political opinions, but I don't know. I don't have much else to say on that. It's just the same old thing every time.
And that's the whole video,
So I'm
huh?
be very fucking clear about this
Oh.
so that you know exactly where I stand. And I will say this with my whole entire chest.
And she's old too.
There are some people on this app
Old,
that
off my screen.
Old, blue hair, nose ring, ugly physiognomy.
are saying, oh,
Ugh.
you shouldn't wish death upon
Just
any person, no matter
Bad
what
opinion
side they're
too. Bad opinion.
on. Fuck that. Fuck that.
Yep.
Oh, tattoos on the
Get that
tattoos on the
ugly,
finger.
just
Disgusting.
Freak away from me.
Will says it's an alien. It's like we're in Rexus. It's like we're in Don right now. It's like it's an alien. It's an alien.
Yeah.
Fucking Nazi.
Yep.
He was a fucking
But still,
Nazi.
it's like,
and you know
get that
what kind of
ugly,
Nazi is the best
disabled
Nazi? A dead one.
away from me.
Thank God that
That was my
shit
Sam
stain of a person
Hyde
is no
impression.
longer-
Get that ugly disabled freak out of my face.
Yep.
Uncle Ruckus, no relation. You know, I don't like it when crackers talk bad about crackers, you know.
Oh yeah.
In this world.
Oh
and
yes,
may
sir.
his hell
Oh my
be
God,
being
it's just a
confronted
fucking
by
success.
every single
Canadian
marginalized
right there.
person that he hurts.
Man, it's like, okay, who did Charlie Kirk hurt? No one. The worst that happened is somebody's feelings got
that he
hurt, but that
offended
doesn't
them.
actually surmount to harm. Because, you know, when you listen to somebody with a differing opinion, and if you don't agree with it, and you get a little angry, that's not harm. That's not fucking harm.
That's what is fucking wrong.
Yeah,
That does
like I
not
mean
make me
by
a bad person
like
for thinking that bad people should
like
not be
have you heard about the furry artist cheering his death?
Yes, I
Right
have.
now,
I've seen so many.
They're pretty much
Dude,
yeah,
dude,
they're
I've
pretty much
seen
on the
so
verge
many.
of getting doxxed.
Oh, no,
Yep.
they have been doxxed. Many of them have been doxxed. I
Yep.
think that's like,
and
as
one
much as
know
I
the
don't
funny
like
thing-
doxing, Rexus, as much as I don't like doxing, at the same time, it's like, hey, these are
They
the
asked for
standards that you people had for so many years, and you can't even handle when a fraction of your kind is dealt the consequences that you believe that's right for those with a dissenting opinion.
Yep. Like I mean by it, and yet what makes it so funny is that,
that
they're now
Nazi,
trying to say
and
that
have
the
a great
shooter is
day.
not a furry because of that phrase on his bullet.
Ah.
Yeah,
We have
even though it's
another
like-
video of another dysgenic.
Eric just got himself fucking.
Oh, look at this one! Oh my goodness, we can see the fucking pores on this one.
Oh my God, the glasses only add to the ugliness.
Let's blow those whining women back to the dark ages right where they belong.
Disabled.
Because he's right.
away from me.
Empathy is dangerous to society.
Oh, it is. Not the way you think of it, though. Empathy can be, absolutely. The way that leftists believe empathy should be. They don't know how to make themselves look. They don't know how to make themselves look flattering. I 100% agree. Well, it's like the reason why these people make themselves look ugly is because, well, primarily daddy issues, but also they just hate the idea of beauty. That is also definitely the case. They just hate beauty. It is ultimately like suicidal in that regard, in that they hate themselves, that they just want to corrupt themselves. Like, again, someone like this in, like, let's just say the 1960s, it's like, if she were to present herself, learn some useful skills, not look like this, she'd have a husband by now, guaranteed. A good one, too, and she'd be a good wife. But we don't live in that time. We just don't.
We don't live in that time period anymore.
So, no one should give a fuck that he's dead.
Look how old she is, too.
He said it.
Oh my god, the fucking...
All I'm doing is using his words. You can't be mad at me for using his words.
You have no right to be using his words because you don't understand what those words actually mean in the context that they were said.
Remember,
you are a leftist. You just care about power first and foremost.
Remember, Stephen King took what Charlie Kirk said about the whole gays thing out of context, even though he brought up the fact that Muslims would actually do that whilst Christianity believes in, hate the sin and not the fucking sinner.
Yeah, feel free to share, Archaeosophy, whether it's in voice or not. I'm probably going to be having you on the call in a few minutes, so...
New wave thing, and it's very problematic. You right. No empathy for you. Zero.
No empathy for you. Fuck you. You're not the one deserving of empathy if you're gonna be dancing on someone's grave.
I regret to inform you that Charlie Kirk, co-founder of Turning Point USA, was shot in the neck while speaking at an event at Utah Valley University. Please join me in this moment of silence.
It still shocks me that the whole event happened.
Not you, Rexus, but this guy right here. Fuck
I know.
you.
Oh yeah, fuck him. But still, it still shocks me that the whole event happened in my own home state
of Utah, huh?
Yeah, it still shocks me.
Archaeosophy, actually feel free to wait a little bit. I'm gonna Rexus, I'm gonna have you on for like a few more minutes, and then I'm gonna invite Archaeosophy on.
Okay.
Do you know what song he's playing?
Yeah, I know, the one of those songs that they use for the sake of comedic effect.
Yeah, it's meant for people who have like fucked up. It's not meant for those who've died.
Do you support his death?
I do.
You support his death?
Fuck Charlie Kirk.
You support Charlie Kirk being killed?
Yes, I do.
On the day he died, you're
Yes, I do.
You support Charlie Kirk and you support his death.
Fuck you.
Do you support a Nazi?
Oh wow! Look, he took out his This guy took out his phone. Rexus, dude, I know you're like what, 18, right? So I'm gonna impart you a little bit of wisdom. Anytime somebody takes their phone out to record you, they've shut off their brains. They're not going to listen. It's best to just walk away. Don't engage. Don't look back. Just say, I will not entertain this. You are a horrible person. That is perfectly acceptable to say.
Should I scream slurs at them?
No. Do not do that. The whole point of this, if they're trying to record you, they are trying to make you look bad. To say any sort of slur is to not. If you do that, they accomplish their goal. Do not let them accomplish their goal. Do not say slurs. Just walk away saying, no, I will not engage with you. Fuck off. Leave me alone. I understand where you're coming from, but follow my advice. And again, this is so people like don't dox you. This is way people will actually try. This is the way that people will actually try to empathize with you, and people will empathize with you if that happens to you. If you're the bigger man in the situation, you will be okay.
Okay.
I don't support a Nazi. Charlie Kirk wasn't a Nazi. You support his shooter?
Yep, sure do. It's freedom.
You support Charlie Kirk's shooter?
Sure do. He did us all a favor.
Would you shoot somebody like Charlie Kirk?
I would have killed him myself.
You would have killed him yourself.
What a piece of shit. Truly, what a piece of shit. He would happily kill any one of us. Any one of us in this chat. And
honestly,
any one of my fans.
I cannot even hear what the dude holding the white phone is saying, and honestly, I think it might be a good thing.
He was saying, I would do it myself. When he was asked in regards to if he would kill anyone like Charlie Kirk, he had said he'd do it himself.
You know, if he were to do that, I think it would probably get a fucking Judge revolver. That's actually a good self-defense weapon.
Yeah. Anyways, we have another one. This will be the last one I'll have you on here for. Then I'm gonna invite Archaeosophy on. All right. But look at this one. Look at the fucking weird piercings. Holy shit. One in the lip and two in the face.
That one genuinely looks like a fucking alien.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is this? This is a fucking alien. I believe in total mankind supremacy. Throw this one in the fucking gas chamber back in Germany. Specifically Auschwitz.
Nazis and white supremacists for the last 10 years. Fuck you guys, because this is your fucking fault. Alright? It's like I'm so tired of being gaslit and told that the Republican Party is the party of extremists when they do shit like this. When they do shit like this. Oh, but it was probably a Republican. Oh, well, he was like pro 2A.
I think she's lying.
It's like, fuck you. I'm so angry. I'm so sad and heartbroken for his
I can honestly smell all the lies just by the look of her fucking demeanor.
Do you want to know how I know she's lying? Look at her face. There's no tears, no red. It's just it's a fucking lie.
Yep. Oh yeah, did you hear about fucking Blue Wolf?
Yes, I know who that faggot is. He's a degenerate.
Yeah,
he likes to eat his own shit.
The fucking event, right as the fucking event happened, he had to make it about trans people. Fuck him.
Well, yeah, of course he would. That's what all troons do. Basically.
I'm actually glad that his own dad cut funding for his weird fucked up fetish.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially since he decided to insult his dad's faith. Now, of course, I come from a household, despite how atheist it was.
Oh, Satanar is asking who. It's this fur faggot whose name is Blue Fulf. I know Saturn. I know Saturn Senshi has ripped on him relentlessly before. He's like a troon furry who likes to eat his own shit.
Yeah, and he has a scat fetish too.
But
he also
Rexus,
insulted his own dad's faith.
But Rexus, thanks for hopping on. Yep. I'm gonna invite Archaeosophy on the call. Okay. Again, thank you for hopping on. I know it's been a bit short.
You have a good one.
Hey, you too. I hope you're gonna be watching the stream when he is on though.
Yep. You have a good one.
Talk to you later. Alrighty, let's get Archaeosophy on the call. Just waiting for him to show up. I know he's online. Just waiting for him to show up and then we can continue. Alrighty, we will continue. I'll see if I get a DM from him when he's ready, but for now, let's continue.
Fucking straight. Fuck the Democrat Party.
This party is the party of domestic terrorism. That's what this is at this point. And you could say, don't group us all in together. We're not all the same. No, you absolutely are. Because if you are a leftist, you are okay with the fact that lies about our party are constantly spread. And
I think this one's being legitimate. I think this woman is actually like part of the conservative movement. I think she's actually not
Nothing to
lying,
help
unless
stop it.
otherwise.
You are in bed with the people who defend criminals, who defend gang members.
Okay, let's see if Archaeosophy will answer. Hi Arch, how are you? You there? Okay, I do hear you. I hear you.
How about now? You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me? Hold on. No, my settings are all good. I mean, I can hear you. Shush, Palpatine, says Rexus. Pickle, if you wanna hop on, I mean, go ahead. I mean, later on.
Me. I can
Okay, yeah.
hear me too.
I could hear you. I could hear you. Can you hear me?
Plugging in the mic. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Sorry about that.
Nah, you're good. I'm just gonna get back to the thing here. You can see it in my feed, obviously. It's just a bunch of Pac-Man stuff. But
yeah.
Anyways, so it seems like this woman right here is actually part of the right, not the left.
Members who defend wife beaters, who defend people.
I'm sure we'll disagree on that.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Nothing to help us stop it. You are in bed with the people who defend criminals, who defend gang members, who defend wife beaters, who defend people who stab an innocent woman, and who defend.
Oh, never mind. I thought she was actually gonna say like, oh, this is the whole bait and switch thing.
Who shoot
we'll
someone
wait.
in the neck
We'll wait.
in front of thousands of college-aged kids. And if it's not you doing it, you're following someone who does. So it is an entire party problem. Not to mention the amount of lies and propaganda and media spinning that they have done for everyone to hate this man the way that they do. Has he said controversial stuff? Yes, but not enough to get him shot and leave his kids. If you don't like what someone's saying, you don't have to watch them. You can keep scrolling. You can block them for all anyone gives a shit. But we have free speech here. We can say what we want. That includes people you don't politically agree with, like Charlie.
Honestly, when it comes to like the whole like First Amendment thing, it's like there's a reason why I think my enemies should not be able to speak, because for the sole fact that they're my enemies, and two, they think that the country would be better in a free fall. That's a very basic gist of it, at least for me.
Her take is like her heart's in the right place, but I just think like it's not entirely the reason they wanted to take him out. It's not just simple disagreement. It's because they think what he says inspires people to be evil.
Yeah, especially since he started to notice in August.
Kirk, with how many events the left throws and protests the left puts together. When have you ever seen a Republican go in and shoot someone in the neck? One of your stupid little influencers. Have we ever tried to harm them? No. Destiny got accused of hitting on a minor and no.
I don't want to say anything for certain, but the evidence seems to be that he did.
No one hurt him. Get your priorities straight and realize that this is a party issue. And gone are the days of us sitting idly by, waiting for the next leftist to bring out a criminal that they're obsessed with or become one. It's done.
I not 10 minutes ago found out some information.
This is one of your kind, Ark. I'm joking.
I'm not
they
here
are
to
not
talk
my
about the
kind.
shooter's political affiliation.
I know.
What I am here to talk about is the absolute disgusting, foul, vile things that the left is posting and saying online right now.
He's calling out the leftists.
The status of the man.
Or is that a woman? I don't know.
If Charlie Kirk is alive, if he's clinging to life, we don't know the status of him. And the left has the
I
audacity
think there's definitely
to get
some
on these
some
phones, on
TikToks
these
in here that are
screens,
like condemning
and cheer
the
or
leftist
do a trending,
response to
fun little
this.
song to the fact that this
Also,
happened.
I'm gonna charge my
I'm
phone.
talking. It hasn't even been
starting
I
to-
can't even say hours.
That's how I
yet.
view chat.
And the left is so evil and demonic.
Let's see. Will says, one thing to note about the modern left, they do teach that words equal to physical violence. Yeah, that is something. So naturally, the logical endpoint that words equal violence is that it's justifiable to use violence. What do you think about that, Ark?
I mean, he's right. Like, that's exactly how they think. It's these words are going to cause things that we don't want, or the words themselves are. I don't know how they think this, but they think the words themselves are violence.
Care who you vote for.
Just,
But if you
I can't make much sense of it beyond that. I know why. I just don't. I can't explain the mechanism of it. It's just stupid.
Are bestowing
Yeah,
upon
I get you. I
y'all's
get
party,
you.
because this isn't what the Democratic Party used to be. I don't care. This isn't what it used to be, and this is what it's become.
Kind of was always like that. I mean, they were the ones who wanted, the slaves to still be slaves. And as a Christian, I can't I refuse to condone slavery in any form.
Is that a Christian thing?
Yes, it's very, very much is. Slavery is very much a Jewish thing, actually. Christians believe, even during the times where slavery was a thing, especially during the time of the Apostle Paul, it's I do remember there were a few verses throughout the New Testament in regards to the treatment of slaves. It's like, even if slavery is a thing, it's like you should still treat your slaves with dignity and humanity.
Well, yeah, obviously treat them well, but I'm talking about the institution itself.
Yes, the Christians have had a problem with the institution of slavery for a very long time. They viewed it, at least back in the day, I could be wrong on this, but they viewed the institution of slavery as an evil. They viewed it, even if it was somewhat necessary, they still thought of it as an evil.
Well, I don't know what Catholic or Orthodox patriarchs think of it, or what they've been teaching.
Yeah, the patriarchs despised it. They did not like it.
No. But I do know it's not really anywhere in the Bible. And the Bible, all it really has to say on it is treat them well.
Slavery is not.
I personally
says,
don't think it's wrong.
Slavery is not intrinsically evil, but the form it took in America and other places that benefited from the African slave trade was. While Christians from Western Europe are the only people to ever successfully wipe slavery out. Yeah, both are true. Both statements are true. I do know that I think some of the. I'm trying to recall if there were any saints who were slaves. I definitely think there were a few. I just can't seem to recall any right now. It's not out of any logical argument thing or whatnot. It's just I'm having a hard time recalling.
Either way, I'm really tired of hearing blacks bring it up. Stop bringing it up.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm
I just
tired of
witnessed Charlie Kirk get assassinated. It was the most awful thing I've ever seen in my life. He shot him in the neck and blood went everywhere. And the worst.
There's definitely some people who are.
The liberals who were there were cheering. So I just have.
There's definitely some people who actually have a moral compass on them. So I'm gonna skip around here a little bit.
The person who is trying to educate a generation of people has been shot on live television.
I want to hear a little bit of each person's take.
if you guys could see the stuff on X right now, at this point, the Democratic Party should be viewed as a terrorist organization.
Based 100%. I can't believe a black woman said it, but it's true. But let's see what the news has to say. I know it's Fox News, but let's see what they have to say.
The assassinated attempt back in Butler, Pennsylvania was a very well planned, very well orchestrated plot that was put in motion days before, and this individual had a plan of escape to elude detection of being up on a rooftop, and also being able to evade and elude law enforcement after that shot was taken.
We know who it is now, thank the Lord. I will say, I did learn that the Mossad agency actually has people who do work like that for free. So I'm not in, for the most part, it seems like, a lot of the noticing stuff is kind of out the window. But at the same time, I kind of hold on to it a little bit. And who knows, it might be proven in maybe a decade or two's time. But kind of like the JFK one, the JFK assassination was. At the same time, I think we know who this guy is. We know what his motivations were, so I can't remain too much on the speculatory end, so to speak. Let's see, Satanar says, let's see, there were quite a few saints that were slaves. St. Patrick, for instance. Let's see, Sheffield says, and most of the African slave trade was Africans selling Africans to Jews. Satanar replies with, well, most of it was them selling each other to Arabian Muslims. The Jewish portion and the entire transatlantic part in comparison was small. That's interesting. I actually didn't know that.
You take a look at what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. Crooks came onto the venue. He left the venue. He came back. He was questioned. I mean, it was really an amateur scenario. This assassination of Charlie Kirk, to me, is indicative of a professional hit. And I'm not so sure that we are going to quickly be able to apprehend this individual without some luck, hopefully.
I have heard similar sentiments, and in regards to this, I also did learn about just how easy it is for somebody to actually pull off that shot, and it was very easy. At the same time,
and it was
Sorry, I'll let you speak. Sorry, I didn't know you were still there.
I didn't hang up. No, I've seen the closest possible angle to what happened, and I've seen it in slow motion. And something hit him before a bullet went into his neck. And to me, it's just obvious that the bullet ricocheted upward into his neck.
Oh.
I don't know if it was someone explained it.
I couldn't catch that. I honestly, I don't I talk to people who own guns, but I don't really know much in regards to actually owning one. Maybe you do. But that's an interesting observation right there.
Well, I don't know enough to tell you exactly how these things work or what they're called. I don't know if it was like the bullet split or something, and part of it and only part of it went into his neck. I don't know for sure, but it looked to me like he got hit first and then something went up into his neck.
Youch.
Anyway, the point being, the sniper was aiming for his body, which is actually what you're taught to do.
But Will says the bullet bounced off his bulletproof jacket. And Dusty says he was wearing untreated steel plates for armor, from what I gathered. That is interesting.
Makes sense.
When you say professional,
they were aiming for his body. people are saying like, "Oh, aim for the neck." Like, no, anyone who knows how to use one of those things does not aim for the neck. That's retarded.
They
were
aim
either
for the heart, right?
they were either aiming for the head, which you're still not recommended to do because head's a smaller target, and the bullet. But anyway, he could have been aiming for the head. Could have been aiming for the head, and the bullet just went down a bit. But I think more likely he was aiming for the body, and it ricocheted up into his neck. But I'm no expert.
I see.
Hit. What do you mean by that exactly? Do you mean one shot, one kill, escape already planned and at large?
That could be the
it
case.
Looks clean.
Yes, that could have been the
could
case.
This be done by anybody with any sort of basic training?
Well, when you take a look at the video and you take a look at the venue and the spectators and how close they are to Charlie Kirk, and then you have that kind of like umbrella over him, that kind of...
Yeah, so 200 yards away, especially with that kind of caliber of rifle, that was a very easy shot. Like, even if it wasn't hitting towards the neck, like, that was a very easy shot.
You have to know that this
Spalling, there we
had
go.
to be
I knew it had a name.
Perched in a position with respect to being able
The
to lay
rifle?
his sights perfectly, basically,
No, the
headshot.
the
And
ricochet
shot that
effect.
was
I think
taken
that's what it's
was
called.
taken to immediately incapacitate Charlie Kirk.
Sprawling,
and
right?
so this was not some amateur who just, got up on a rooftop because it was, what I consider spontaneous combustion. He got up this morning and decided he was going to do something crazy. This seems the earmark of a professional that got up onto this rooftop well in advance of the venue being occupied by the spectators. He was clearly undetected. There was no indication that anybody saw him up on this rooftop. Obviously, after that...
Oh! I remember seeing this. This little black bump right there, that's the guy.
Is Fox News contradicting this guy as he's talking?
One single shot was taken. He was able to basically very quietly and systematically
Nobody saw anything. Like,
further
here's the
detection
footage.
and escape. There's been no indication
that
that
is
there's
quite
been
the
a vehicle
contradiction right there.
identified
Rexus
or any
says,
mode of how he actually escaped.
Spalling,
the venue.
spalling, not sprawling.
And so to me, this is
Spalling.
someone who had some experience, some level of sophistication to have mapped out exactly how.
Here is something else that I remember seeing in one of Legion of Men's community posts. In regards to this, it was actually somebody who worked at college campus security. Somebody doesn't, like, people don't just have sudden access to the roof, They actually protect the roofs of buildings quite well. They have cameras, they have a whole bunch of things that prevent someone like this from actually getting access to the rooftops. I'm wondering, how was this guy able to get onto the rooftop? How was that able to happen?
I heard that he used a rope and hook, but I have no proof of that.
Wow, I mean, I get again. It's just a myth. I'll take it from you. But if that actually did happen, wow, that's crazy.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think it was.
Americans
I think the whole thing was a bad idea.
Financing.
Oh, 100%.
Cultural Marxist.
Or having it, out in the open like that, and there's buildings everywhere, and they don't have guards on each rooftop. Should have been tighter. Security should have been.
I'm trying to see if there's any. Okay, it seems like we're gonna skip quite a bit ahead because it's like we have just more clips from Charlie Kirk himself, Fox News, Nick Fuentes, some other shows that he was on, and we have this guy right here. I don't know if he's a leftist or not.
It's now the #1 tweet on anything Benjamin Netanyahu is posting. So thanks, guys. Really glad I'm on his radar now. That's cool. But it's true. I mean, I don't really have too much to add to it, honestly. I'm not going to say who it was that told me because they've asked me not to. kind of for obvious reasons. So if they want to go public, they're
Oy
more than welcome to.
vey.
I don't have much to add to it other than basically like a month ago, I watched an interview with Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk, and I thought they looked scared, and I commented on that, made a video.
Oh, okay, so he's a noticer, but I do have some stuff I'd actually like to show you. Let's see, I'm just going to, first I'm just going to check my notifications. Let's see. So I do have something I would, like, just kind of an example of the kind of person who is just mocking the death of Charlie Kirk. Arch, you there?
Yeah. Every time.
I have
Every
to.
time
I see you muted yourself, and it's like, I have to. So,
well, like every time I go do something really quick and it's just going to take 5 seconds, that's when you're like, hey, are you there? I'm like,
Archaeosophy, I make over 400K a year. Okay, I had to provide at least some bit of brevity for the stream. But anyways, we have a post from Christian Mario. He's a fellow Orthodox Christian, pretty cool guy. He has a post saying these people are unwell, and the post he's referencing
I got into an argument with him yesterday.
Nick Fuentes' message tonight: if you're thinking of picking up arms, put them down. Vengeance is God's, not ours. This is the message. I like this post too. And then this little faggot right here said, may every Christian who's grieving Charlie get reunited with him soon. How cruel is that? How cruel do you think that is?
These people hate us, and that's actually the reason I got into an argument with him yesterday, Christian Mario.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't just disagree with this sentiment, I despise it. This whole like, hey guys, don't get violent, don't do anything. I'm like, haven't we heard this for decades? Don't do anything. And look where we are now.
We have, but at the same time, like these people are trying to egg us on. And look, I get it as I get it as a monarchist. It's like I don't like this system either, but I am a Christian first, a monarchist second, so to speak. So for me, it's like I'd rather not have any wanton slaughter occur on the sole fact of political differences. I also don't approve of people trying to egg anybody on in regards to political differences. I think there's so many more productive ways to go about trying to share the message, so to speak. And especially when it comes to the leftist types, it's like their whole existence, especially now that I consider so many of them to be demons, that's all they want. That's all they want us to do. They want us to just embrace some of the worst qualities about ourselves. They want us to try to get away from Christ. They want us to do so many just atrocities, especially since they're in human form. It's not gonna look good. It's not gonna be. I wouldn't like even though they're evil. I still wouldn't condone killing them or doing anything violent onto them. I do, however, will say that I think it's absolutely acceptable if they were to try to encroach onto you. You absolutely have the right to defend yourself. You absolutely do. I'm not gonna.
Okay, well, that's still political violence.
In a
saying,
sense, they are the ones initiating it. They are the ones initiating it.
It's true, but it still
yourself.
It still encompasses that. And I'm hearing right wingers say like, I disavow, like even Christian Mario, the same guy that inspired this topic. He himself, just look on his timeline. He said, I disavow all political violence. And I'm just like, are you retarded? All of Now,
I will say
it bothers me. I just
not
want
not all of it.
Here's my main point here. I don't believe in the Mad Max shit. Okay,
Neither do I.
I'm not saying like, hey, just go around being violent. That's retarded.
Yeah,
as
you
well.
and I were not anarchists.
But like to believe that we can just like, what else is the plan? Voting?
No, vote. That's something
the
I
right
should.
wing leadership, like large accounts from like everyone who has like 10,000 followers and up. They're all saying this. They're all pretending as if there's only two options here, including Nick Fuentes. They're all pretending we only have two options here, which is Mad Max or let the enemy win. And that's what drives me up the wall.
Neither are good. Neither are good. I think
what we need to do is oppress them. And I'm not joking.
I agree with that. I'm glad that so many of these people are getting, like, even though I don't like doxing, even when it comes to my political enemies, but it's like at the same time, it's like your actions absolutely do have consequences. Like if you're gloating about the death of somebody, you are clearly not. You clearly sacrificed your humanity, and you need to experience some form of fucking consequence in your life.
Yeah, I don't believe in like get them fired for their job for saying that. I think throw them in prison for saying that. Throw them in, like I don't believe in freedom of speech. I don't believe in this shit anymore. All this liberal democracy shit. I don't believe in it. And this is part of it. Like you want it to be legal to say like, hey, I'm glad this person got assassinated. Fuck off. 10 years behind bars. Have fun.
I'm honestly with you. I think this shit is truly evil. Like those who are dancing on the grave of Charlie Kirk. Look at this guy's username right here. The person below Christian Mario. May you see Charlie soon, and his at is may you see him soon. Like, how deranged do you have to be? And I see so many people, especially the libertarian types, who are like, oh, you know, free speech, you should be able to say it. It's like, fuck no. No, this is clearly crossing a moral boundary that, one, you clearly don't have. Again, for so many of these people, the libertarian types are just not Christian. They wouldn't exactly understand why it's wrong to be dancing on someone's grave. It's why I'm glad that I've calmed down in certain regards, especially when it comes to Hassan Piker. It's like I'm not gonna be sad. I'm not gonna be dancing on his grave either. I'm just gonna stop caring about him if he were to pass on. Like,
isn't Charlie Kirk's death the ultimate proof we can't coexist with these people?
Yes, dude, 100%.
Democracy is dead. Democracy is absolutely dead. Okay, we don't want to coexist anymore. The right has learned we can't. And they never wanted to in the first place. So it's gone. It's gone. Like sorting out our differences with a ballot.
We cannot
it's not a thing anymore.
And democracy
we have 3 years.
We have 3 years. Democracy itself is not capable of doing that. It is designed to divide. By its very nature, it is designed to divide. There's always going to be some people who actually want to push society forward, and people who want to push it back, especially with equality kind of rhetoric. They're always going. This is always going to happen. But why should we listen to the people who want to push us back? What good reason is there for us to listen to those who want to push us back?
My big argument against democracy is why give a voice to people with the wrong answer in the first place? Like, why is it a good thing to disagree?
Night, Satanar. Night. I hope you get some rest. Anyways, you were saying? Sorry.
It's not a good thing to disagree. That is such fantasy bullshit that like everyone's voice has some value. Like, no, 2 + 2 will always equal 4.
Yeah,
that's not up for debate. I don't care if you have a different opinion. I don't care if the answer offends you. I don't care. 2 + 2 is 4. Period.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't, like, there are certain universal truths that and even though I know people are going to get pissed off that, oh, Scurvy is making a Christian again. It's like, oh, fucking course I'm going to make it Christian. It's like, God made it to be the case. Respect that. Stop trying to argue with him. Okay? It's not that hard to do. It really isn't that hard to do.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to say something earlier when before I got on. I just remembered it. Had to do with ugly people.
Yeah. Let's hear it.
So, actually, I don't remember the context.
Oh,
I thought I
think
remembered.
I think I could help you remember the
It was like
context.
specific. It was something I couldn't explain in a group chat.
I think it might have been this whore right
I'm really
here.
glad Charlie.
This whore might jog your memory. You know, ugly.
Yeah. Shit. I don't remember what I was gonna say. I just remember it had to do with this, but that's all I remember. Sorry.
I see. You're fine. I'll get back to the website here. There's definitely some other stuff I want to show you before I wrap up here. I've been going.
But anyway, yeah,
I've been
my
going
solution,
on for
and
like I've been going on for like 5 hours now. Holy shit.
well, that's pretty average for Amalgamite. So.
Yeah, man. You comparing me to her, huh?
Well, you're both VTubers.
Yes, we are, and I'd love to collaborate with Amalgamite soon. I'm putting a good word for me, huh? Even though I know I have kind of a direct line to her too, but
my overall point is, like, I'm just so sick of the right, even after Charlie Kirk's death, which should have wakened everybody up. They're still saying like, no violence, like, I agree in like no mindless violence. I agree with that, but they're pretending that that's the only violence there is, and that's so stupid. We are in power. We are in power right now.
I will say there is a purpose. Violence can have a purpose. It doesn't just. I disavow wanton slaughter. I think people who are innocent don't need to be killed. I think it's a sin to kill the innocent. That's backed by it's backed by theology or whatnot. But like. When it comes to the destruction of our enemies, that's a whole different situation. It truly is. Not everybody is innocent. Albeit there are some people who in time will probably be remorseful. I think God's gonna give them a swift kick in the rear, but that doesn't necessarily have to mean when God is when God gives out like retribution or whatnot, that doesn't have to be just like a sudden realization that I did something wrong, if you get what I mean. But we have here, I decided to share this with you as well. So we have some fucking Blizzard employees, the people who make World of Warcraft. We have a bunch of people from Blizzard who are making fun of the death of Charlie Kirk. I hope these people get fired. I really hope they do. So let's see. Threat of Blizzard employees and contracted employees for Blizzard stories celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So let's read this first. Dr. Hazel. Charlie Kirk died in the world he helped create, and Talia Lavin, to my mind, the woman who dies of sepsis because of anti-abortion laws, space that out, whore, or the person who dies because they can't afford insulin, lie. These are just as much victims of political violence as the man shot through the throat while making a racist speech. Keep in mind, this is on Blue Sky, a far leftist echo chamber. And then somebody else of Blizzard. I should hire an Etsy witch to fix the job market. Oh, that is so funny. Hilarious. I'm being sarcastic, of course. And And then Joseph Fink says, hey, do you remember how a church full of children was shot up 2 weeks ago? Like 2 weeks to the day is when that happened. But this is the one that marks the tipping into violence. Okay, I will. You fucking faggot. I will say that I find it weird that a lot of people are like, this is the moment that will tip us into violence. When a Minnesota police politician was assassinated in her home 2 months ago, and someone literally shot Trump in the head last year. How exactly is Charlie Kirk the tipping point? The tipping point is that Charlie Kirk actually died. This isn't just an assassination attempt. This is how he died.
And he wasn't a politician.
Yes,
he wasn't
that
a
too.
commander in any army. He was just a guy that everyone knew the name of. And he just talked to people. That's why I posted on Twitter that this death is more significant than if they got Trump successfully. Because he was just a guy that wanted to talk.
And so this is the faggot behind the Dr. Hazel account. Hazel Monfortin, senior writer and narrative designer presently at Blizzard. Man, I like the current state of World of Warcraft, but holy shit, the people behind it are just immoral faggots. Man. Oh, wow, who's this whore? I don't like Andrew Tate, but... man. Catherine M. Valenti. And who is Catherine M. Valenti? Catherine M. Valenti is a Blizzard author writing for World of Warcraft stories. Oh, wait. Let's see, we could scroll down here. The Folk and Fairy Tales of Azeroth. I remember reading that. It's actually pretty good. I wrote a story about dwarves outmaneuvering each other concerning Moira Thorison and her baby Dogrun. If you don't play World of Warcraft, it's I read that too.
Yeah, going right over my head.
Yeah, I don't blame you, but these are, and then Valenti, yeah, this whore decided to really double down on her take in regards to Charlie Kirk. And it's like, oh, she's just complaining. Oh, it's the right wing are just complaining about leftists who are, they're just blaming that it's the left. But it's like, collectively speaking, it was the left's fault. And I just want to say something to the leftists here. If there's anybody listening, if there's any leftists here, not likely, I'm just saying if there are, if you do not disavow this kind of behavior in your community, don't be surprised as to what is going to happen to you. This goes for every kind of leftist. The liberal, the libertarian, the leftist, moderate or not. This applies to every single leftist. Do not keep doing stuff like this. I'm not trying to make a threat either. I'm just offering a warning. You cannot keep doing this. You just can't. If you do, bad things are going to happen to you.
I don't know if we don't take advantage of this, then that might be a poor way of phrasing it. But if we don't like truly avenge Charlie, just then they can do this forever. Nothing else. Nothing is going to change anything. Nothing is going to make the right start wielding power for real.
I get you. I'm just saying, as a warning to these people, you do not want to have a civil war happen, because that is a battle you are not going to win. I know the leftist stance on guns. The people who own guns are not leftists. They are majority conservative. That's who the gun owners are, and if they see a good reason to shoot you, to destroy you, yeah, safe to say, can't say I warned you. You didn't do your job to prevent this from happening. That is your fucking job now, is to prevent civil war from happening. If you value your lives, which I hope you do. I pray that you do. And I hope that you're able to see and that God is able to help you understand that if you keep this up, you are going to face serious fucking consequences. I will not be the one to deliver those consequences, but somebody else will. Somebody else actually will. And you will learn, you will understand, and you will feel as one of your favorite idols, quote unquote President Zelensky has said in the past, that you will feel. And yes, if you do not stop this, you will most certainly feel.
They're not going to learn. I don't think the right will learn either.
Not.
If we don't properly respond to what happened to Charlie, we're not going to learn either. And it's just going to be decline until the senseless violence actually begins. It will be Mad Max if both sides continue to do what they've already been doing.
Yeah, fair enough.
Now is the time. We are in power. Now is the time. Democracy is over. Rule, restore order. Bukele. Let's Bukele this shit.
I fully agree. Order needs to be truly restored. I don't know why Trump just doesn't want to go full on. Troons can't own guns. And leftists can't own guns. Bye democracy. I don't know why he can't do that.
Well, he is a boomer.
Yeah, that's
So
also
there's
true.
that.
I don't know if Vance would do that either, knowing his Israeli ties.
Yeah, he's bought and paid for.
Oh my goodness. How many of these faggots are on the World of Warcraft team? What the fuck, man? Lee Knox Ostertag, writer for Blizzard Stories. And then we have the people who are on the technical side of the game. Jared Gillis, a Blizzard technical designer for World of Warcraft, reposting inflammatory posts on Charlie Kirk's assassination. Jared Gillis has so many reposts celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination, it would likely fill this whole thread. So just this last one to sum them all up. This is not a tech designer. This is an activist. Oh my goodness, did he design the Demencius fight? Because that's one of them. Holy shit, that's one of my favorite boss encounters in the game is Demencius. That would be fucking awful if I knew a piece of shit designed that fight. And he's just he's reposting. Let's see what this comic has to say. Hey, is everything okay? It's just the bone farmer. He died. He was that thing that would break into people's homes and steal their skeletons while they slept, right? So sad. I mean, obviously, ideologically, I didn't agree with him with regards to skeleton ownership, but his smart little bow tie, you have to admire his tenacity for a cause he believed in. You're gonna have to disagree. You're gonna have to disagree with your folks here. Too soon, Jeff. This is too soon. This is deranged fucking behavior. And, well, oh, fuck me, dude. It's like, these are the people working on World of Warcraft. I want them all fired and have them be replaced by conservatives. I do. I want them. This needs to happen. I also, again, like I mentioned earlier, I also want Kaminara Clara of FaZe Connect to be fired for her comments in regards to Charlie Kirk's murder. You leftists made the standard. If you think that this wouldn't be enforced upon you, you're dead fucking wrong and you're really fucking retarded.
Yeah.
But I'm getting pretty tired here, not gonna lie. I've been going for almost 5.5 hours, but any closing remarks you want to say in regards to just everything?
No, I think I said it for the most part. Just we need to stop fucking this stupid shit of any violence is only one type of violence, and that one type is just complete madness. There's no order to it. There's no organization to it. It's just all violence is Mad Max, and that's just stupid. We are in power right now. We have 3 years before we have a pretend election. Let's just be
I want
honest.
something to happen. I really
From
do.
now on, all of our elections are pretend. This country is already divided. We don't even pretend anymore to want to coexist. So why would we pretend to have elections?
Yeah, exactly. What are the honestly? What are the points of elections if we just at this point if we just hate each other? What is the point? We're not going to agree on somebody to rule us. It's like might as honestly if Trump were to just say that he's monarch today and just say fuck you to Israel, I think we'd be in a much better place.
But here's the thing.
It's not going to happen. I'm just being a little idealistic, but
if you think about it, for the last 10 years, we haven't had a president that everyone agreed was the American president. It started with Trump's first term. Half the country said he's not my president. And then they stole the 2020 election. In my opinion, that's objectively true. And then once again, half the country said, well, Biden's not my president. And then this time around, like, we've already begun this trend of, I don't accept him as my leader. It's only going to get worse.
It's going to get worse before it gets better. I guess we could leave it off on a little bit of a white pill here. Bit of a black pill, bit of a white pill. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
Yeah. But now would be the wisest time to do something. I can't stress that enough.
Trump,
and with
you actually have the power to truly do something good, to truly stop so much more unnecessary slaughter of Christians, of right-wingers, of people of your own base. You are the one to actually be able to do something. You have a majority in so many places in the government. You actually have something that you could do. You can prevent another Charlie Kirk from dying. You have the power. Use it. Stop pussyfooting around. Fucking use it.
Or just get out of the way.
Yeah.
Let us organize.
Let somebody else do the job. If you're not capable of
actually,
doing the job,
you know what?
Let somebody else do it better. Who actually can?
You know what?
It ain't gonna be me.
I
I'll tell you that.
I actually
would not
believe.
make a good king.
I actually believe that would be the best thing Trump does. Just get out of the right's way. And I don't mean, like, again, I'm not for the Mad Max shit. I don't want the madness or the mindless violence. I don't want that. But
there's a way he could do that in terms of
if he just simply got out of our way, it said, like, you can assemble as you wish. You know, you can form your own exclusive groups or entire neighborhoods or entire cities. Just, you don't want certain people living amongst you? Go ahead. He wouldn't have to lift a finger, except to, like, if, certain other people tried to stop this, he would stop them. But as long as he didn't try to stop us.
I wonder who would try to stop him in regards to that.
Like, give us genuine freedom of association. That would be the best thing Trump could do, by far.
Honestly, I agree. But anyways, Arch, I'm going to wrap up the stream here if that's all right.
Yeah,
we'll
that's
definitely
fine.
Talk in the future.
See ya, everybody.
Alrighty. Let's see. I've been going for almost 5.5 hours now. Holy shit. It feels like it's been longer. But I truly thank everybody for coming. And all the guests that hopped on from William to Rexus to Ark. I truly thank everybody for joining and watching this. This was I'm honestly, I feel like a big burden has been lifted off of me now. I thank God for that. I also thank everybody for showing up. I thank everybody who, you know, everybody who's supporting me, whether it is your view, whether it is somebody who has donated. And keep in mind, I don't expect any donations for this at all. Any donations made, I'd find some way to donate it to something related to Charlie Kirk. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. I think next week it's gonna be a bit more fun. Sheffo, I'm gonna invite you. But I need to decompress, y'all. This was a pretty heavy stream. Thank y'all. Even those who provided some comedic relief. Thank y'all for helping keep the tone of the stream. Thank you. I will catch you guys next week. You guys are definitely going to expect the playthrough of Pac-Man World. I'm gonna do the first half of it next Thursday, and then the following half on the following Thursday. There's gonna be a regular episode of the ScurvyRum show on the 19th of September. But when Pac-Man World 2 Repack comes out, I am going to be playing that on stream on the following Friday. I hope you guys are looking forward to that. But in the meantime, I'll catch you guys later. Peace.